in Enugu. Chinemerem Ikebunam.
Lock-up shops across the state. The decision forms part of the administration's broader tax reform agenda, focused on promoting ease of doing business and supporting low-income earners. Correspondent Chinemerem Ikebunam reports.
For years, petty traders across markets in Enugu State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mba, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily on the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those toll revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
When the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarified that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the State's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find a way. Now it's not about it. Because they wouldn't solve it. I don't know what solves. Yes, they do change. And it was supposed to bring change to the grassroots. And that's what we're doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu Ede, assured that council chairman will ensure strict implementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will encourage my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mba's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
More than a year after its launch, concerns are mounting over the slow pace of implementation of the Southeast Development Commission (SEDC), with stakeholders warning that delays could erode public trust and dampen hopes of regional development. The SEDC, established in 2025, was designed to drive economic growth, infrastructure development, and job creation across the Southeast, with an ambitious funding plan and long-term projections for regional transformation. However, despite these promises, there is a growing concern that little has been achieved on the ground. Investigations indicate that the Commission is yet to access its takeoff funds and is reportedly operating without a fully functional office, raising questions about its readiness to deliver on its mandate. Stakeholders across the region have expressed frustration over the lack of visible projects and limited public communication from the Commission's leadership. Meanwhile, some analysts attribute the slow start to structural issues within Nigeria's budgeting system, including delays in fund releases and overlapping fiscal cycles affecting project execution. Development advocates note that without timely access to funds, clear project execution, and improved transparency, the SEDC risks falling short of its mandate. They are calling for urgent action, including the release of funds, stronger oversight, and collaboration among stakeholders to ensure the Commission delivers tangible impact. The national rollout of the Artificial Intelligence Unipod, a flagship innovation hub aimed at promoting youth-led technology development and entrepreneurship, has commenced at the University of Lagos. The initiative, a collaboration between the federal government and the United Nations Development Programme and the University of Lagos, is part of the UNDP's Africa Timbuktu initiative, designed to position Nigerian universities at the forefront of innovation, economic growth, and job creation. Representing Vice President Kashim Shettima at the launch, Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Ibrahim Hadija, described the Unipod as a platform for enterprise and national development. He noted that artificial intelligence is shaping the future, stressing the need for Nigeria to actively participate in the global AI ecosystem. Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Folashade Ogunsola, described the launch as a transformative milestone, adding that the hub will drive innovation, research, and national development. She said the university has already established a foundation in AI research, training, and startup incubation, with the Unipod set to unify and accelerate these efforts. UNDP resident representative Elsie Atafwa highlighted the program's focus on economic inclusion and connecting academic innovation with market opportunities, noting that the hub will support startups, create jobs, and empower young people. A dismissed Nigerian soldier, Rotimi Olamilekon, popularly known as Soldier Boy, has challenged the Nigerian army to make its payroll public, as he insists that personnel are poorly paid and often purchasing their own protective gear. Olamilekon, a former Lance Corporal, made the claims in a video released on Tuesday, shortly after the army dismissed his earlier allegations as false and misleading. In the video, he displayed bank transaction alerts, which he said reflected payments received during his time in service. According to him, a payment of 112,000 naira represented his monthly salary, while 20,000 naira was a so-called grumbling allowance, and 45,000 naira an operational allowance for personnel deployed to active conflict zones. He explained that the operational allowance was not a fixed entitlement and was only paid to soldiers on active duty in theaters of operation. Olamilekon also claimed that personnel on barracks duty receive only their salary and limited allowances, adding that soldiers are often required to purchase items such as helmets and protective jackets themselves. He called on Nigerians with relatives in the military to verify his claims and urged the army to release its payroll for transparency. However, the Nigerian army has rejected the allegations. In a statement issued by the acting director of Army Public Relations, Apollonia Anele, the army described the as baseless, maintaining that all personnel are adequately equipped through official logistics systems. The army added that while some personnel may choose to supplement their kits, such actions are voluntary and not a requirement. On welfare, it stated that soldiers receive consolidated salaries alongside various allowances, including operational and mission-specific entitlements, paid directly into their accounts. Crude oil deliveries from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, to the Dangote Petroleum Refinery doubled in March, raising hopes for improved fuel availability across Nigeria. This was disclosed by the President and Chief Executive of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, on Tuesday, while hosting the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, at the company's industrial complex in Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos. Speaking on the feedstock supply, Dangote commended the NNPC for increasing crude deliveries to the refinery, noting that volumes rose to 10 cargoes in March, 6 supplied in Naira and 4 in dollars to support domestic fuel supply. Despite the increase, he said the volume still falls short of the 19 cargoes required for optimal refinery operations, with the shortfall being supplemented through imports from the United States and other African producers. Dangote also raised concerns over the reluctance of international oil companies operating in Nigeria to sell crude directly to the refinery, noting that their preference for selling to traders results in higher repurchase costs, with implications for the broader economy. He added that the refinery is seeking improved access to domestically priced crude under local currency arrangements to help moderate fuel prices and strengthen long-term energy and food security. In her remarks, United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed highlighted the strategic role of Dangote Industries, particularly Dangote Fertilizer Limited, in addressing Africa's food security problems. She called for stronger global partnerships to scale such initiatives. Iran says talks with US will begin in Pakistan's Islamabad on Friday. And Netanyahu says US-Iran ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Details of these and more on our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Iran has agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with the United States, with its National Security Council saying talks with Washington will begin in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad, on Friday, based on Tehran's 10-point proposal. The statement on Wednesday came after U.S. President Donald Trump said he was holding off on a threat to end Iranian civilization and would suspend attacks on the country for 2 weeks. Trump said the truce was contingent on Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway that connects the Gulf to the Arabian Sea, and through which a fifth of the global oil supplies passes. Iran's partial blockade of the strait, imposed in the aftermath of the US and Israel's attack on February 28th, has disrupted global trade, driving up oil prices and causing fuel shortages around the world. Iran's retaliatory attacks have also reverberated across the Gulf and drawn in Lebanon's Hezbollah and Yemen's Houthis, both of which have launched attacks on Israel, significantly widening the conflict. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office has expressed support for the United States' decision to suspend strikes on Iran, but said the 2-week truce will not extend to Iran's ongoing military operations in Lebanon. In a statement on X on Wednesday, Netanyahu said Israel backed US President Donald Trump's efforts to ensure Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. Netanyahu's statement comes after Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif announced that the US, Iran, and their allies have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere. Oil prices have dived, bonds rallied, and stocks surged as a 2-week ceasefire involving Iran spurred a relief rally, with investors cheering the possible resumption of oil and gas flows through the Strait of Hormuz. Global markets have been rattled since the US and Israel attacked Iran at the end of February, prompting Tehran to effectively close the Strait of Hormuz, a key waterway used to transit 1/5 of the world's oil and gas. US crude futures fell about 16.5% to $94 a barrel. S&P 500 futures leaped more than 2%, and the dollar fell broadly on Wednesday, having been a haven for investors during the turmoil. Futures pointed to broad gains in Asia's stock markets, which have been hit by the war and soaring energy prices, while 10-year U.S. Treasury futures rose above 15 ticks. Hundreds of women marched in Cuba's capital, Havana, to protect the de facto oil blockade and pressure campaign that the United States has imposed on the island. Banners and signs at Tuesday's demonstrations bore the slogan of "Tear down the blockade." Many protesters waved Cuban flags, and some wore T-shirts with the hashtag "No More Blockade." The protest took place in what would have been the 96th birthday of the late Vilma Espin, a leader in the Cuban Revolution and a former First Lady. She was the wife of Raul Castro and the sister-in-law of Fidel Castro, both presidents. Top officials in Cuba's communist government led the demonstration, including Deputy Prime Minister Inés María Chapman and Deputy Foreign Minister Josefina Vidal. They denounced the U.S. campaign against the Cuban government as a kind of collective punishment. And that's it on the foreign news.
Bayern Munich have secured a crucial 2-1 victory over Real Madrid in the first leg of their UEFA Champions League quarter-final clash at the Santiago Bernabeu. Goals from Luis Diaz and Harry Kane handed the German side the advantage, while Kylian Mbappe's late strike ensured Real Madrid remained firmly in contention ahead of the second leg. Coached by Vincent Kompany, Bayern Munich dominated proceeds in the first half and could have extended their lead beyond a single goal. Their breakthrough came in the 41st minute when Diaz finished off a well-worked move to put the visitors ahead. Bayern doubled the advantage early in the second half, with Kane curling home from the edge of the box to register his 11th goal of the Champions League campaign. Despite Bayern's control, Real Madrid responded strongly in the later stages, with Mbappe pulling one back in the 74th minute to give the hosts a lifeline. Goalkeeper Manuel Neuer delivered a standout performance for Bayern, making several key saves to deny Mbappe and Vinicius Jr. as Madrid pushed for an equalizer. Real Madrid defender Antonio Rudiger admitted his side had more to give, but remained optimistic about their chances in the return leg. The encounter marks the 29th meeting between both European giants in the competition, underlining its status as one of football's most iconic rivalries. Bayern will now take a narrow advantage back to Germany for the decisive second leg, where both sides will battle for a place in the semi-finals. Next is entertainment news.
Popular Nigerian social media critic Martins Vincent Ose, also known as Very Dark Man, has announced that his petition against Blessing Okoro, popularly called Blessing CEO, has been approved for investigation by the Nigerian Police Force under the Inspector General of Police. This follows growing controversy over Blessing CEO's claim that she's battling stage 4 cancer. On March 25, 2026, she posted a viral Instagram video in which she tearfully alleged that she had been diagnosed with the illness, also displaying apparent hair loss she attributed to the condition. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Medical Association (NMA) Delta State chapter has disowned a viral histology report allegedly linked to Blessing Okoro, saying it was altered from the genuine report belonging to another patient. In a statement signed by Chairman Israel Adaigo and Secretary Usma Hana, the NMA explained that the original test conducted at Zenos Medical Diagnostics in Asaba confirmed breast cancer in a patient named Mbara Deborah in May 2025. The association said the document circulating online was manipulated from the original report and does not belong to Okoro. It urged the public to disregard the false report and warned against actions that could undermine medical integrity. Lagos socialite and nightclub owner Mike ENUGU, popularly known as Pretty Mike, has announced the reopening of his nightclub Proxy Lagos nearly 7 months after it was raided by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA). In an Instagram video posted on Tuesday, he reflected on the personal and business challenges he faced following the raid, which also coincided with the death of his father. He expressed gratitude to those who supported him during the difficult period. The NDLEA operation, carried out in the earlier hours of October 26, 2025, resulted in the arrest of over 100 guests, including Pretty Mike and Toyo Ide. The agency said banned substances, including loud and laughing gas, were recovered from the club. The UK government has barred US rapper Kanye West, also known as Ye, from entering the country over his past anti-Semitic remarks, forcing the cancellation of a major music event. Organizers of the Wireless Festival, where West was scheduled to headline all 3 nights in July, announced the cancellation shortly after tickets went on sale. They confirmed that all ticket holders would receive full refunds. The decision followed mounting backlash, with major sponsors such as Pepsi and Diageo withdrawing their support. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer had earlier described West's booking as deeply concerning, adding that the rapper should never have been invited to headline the festival. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Nwokonta's Signature TV News.
That's the size of our package. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha. Thanks for watching.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Welcome again to News on Signature Television. Signature TV is coming live to you from on channel 265 of SLTV, and of course on all social media handles you can think about. Unless the one is new, Signature TV is on all social media handles. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. I don't know whether it's by what they call it, by election or by selection, or do we say by intimidation, I've been made to be your chief anchor person on news. Well, take me the way I am, according to the hymn book of the Protestants. They say, take me the way I am. And pardon me if I am your sitting rooms, you find me unwelcome, and please just bear with me. It will last just a brief second. Allow me to think and talk. I'm sure you're also thinking and talking, because a lot of things that are happening in this country and the world at large affects all of us. So once in a while, we pull out, sit down one place to think and talk about a few of them, just like I'm going to do from here. Welcome once again. I'm not going to just waste your time and just quickly think and talk about a few things. The irony is that some people talk and think, but here we think before we talk. And that's what we think should be the normal thing. But in democracy, anything goes, We find people who talk before they think, and they think is the right way. Let the popular opinion win the vote, okay? So today on news, we are going to look at the news. We had that INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, has planned to clean up voter register before 2027 election. I mean, somebody was thinking, so what is new? Why are we thinking and talking about it? It's just that when you say one thing, it reminds of another. Okay, INEC, usually, is statutory. You have to clean up the voter registration books and your records. Between 2023 and 2027 election, a lot of things have happened. Some people died. Some people got too old that they can't even go out. Some people are displaced and they're in the IDP camp. Some people are in prison housing, correction centers, pardon me, is what we call it in Nigeria now, is correction centers. Some people have jackpot. They traveled because they don't find anything interesting again about Nigeria. Or maybe they say they are going for better, greener pastures. Yes. Some people have been kidnapped and killed even after ransom paid. Some people were abducted and they're still in the abductors' den, and bandits and terrorists and religious extremist camps. They are held there. Their ransom is being negotiated. We're praying even when their ransom are paid, they will come out alive, because some have paid ransom and didn't come back. Some people have been beheaded. Some people have been lying down on the ground, their ancestral homes, and shot at point blanks, and that's it. While voter registration exercise is being prepared to be cleaned up, nobody factored in those people who have died, and their names are not going to appear in the voter register. And INEC is doing this for politicians in Nigeria who want in 2027 to contest, either to be returned in the different positions that either at the state houses of assembly, even in the councillors of local government, chairmen of local government, governors. Some people are going for federal houses, and some people are going for Senate, the Red Chamber. Some people are even contesting to go for President of the Republic of Nigeria. Are they factoring, when INEC clean up his records, where are those who their names are not appearing in the records again? What happened to them? Have we asked ourselves? But that's life. Before. And INEC will be busy cleaning up. If your name is not there, that's, by the way, nobody remembers you. And something that reminds me about all those, if you are thinking from Borno, the number of people killed on daily basis, you come down to Zamfara, you go down to Benue, go to Kwara recently, go to Niger State, I keep calling Niger Report, whatever, but Niger State in Nigeria, Benue, Plateau, and all those states of Nigeria where killings have been done. Is the INEC thinking about how to, stop so that they won't find more jobs? Because if more people's names are not appearing on your voter registration, you have more job to do. I'm just thinking and talking. The next thing to think and talk about is INEC is busy going to clean up voters register. Has INEC cleaned up the voting, the electoral process of Nigeria? And somebody will say it's not INEC's problem. But I wouldn't INEC be concerned that if they finish the election in polling booth and they transmit results, so that they will begin to gather whatever they can and go home safely. Because once they have the result with them, they are prone to risk. You remember those days where INEC officials will pursue thugs and armed men will pursue them. They will drag in voters' the election box or voting boxes, and they were dragging. Some of them were scattered, and the voters votes wasted and they burnt. Even some of the polling booths are burnt down, destroyed, and election officials will run for their safety. Has INEC planned about cleaning such things? Because, like my people say, if it's good for the barber, it will be good for the head. If it's good for the head, it will be good for the barber and the clipper as well. So we need to create an environment. What have INEC bothered to clean up? Because they're also Nigerians. Nobody working in INEC is a mercenary or brought from an expatriate. We're all Nigerians. Even when the argument is that 80% of INEC officials you find in the voting pools or during voting election days are not INEC officials. They are ad hoc. But they are still ad hoc staff of INEC. So INEC, as you are preparing to clean up your voters before 2027 election, clean up the electoral process, clean up the electoral environment. Because it's not going to happen in isolation. You're going to conduct the election in Nigeria. Are you going to conduct the election in Borno states where a lot of people have been killed, and those communities, are they out of Nigerian system, or is it? Are you going to conduct the election in Benue and all those places where people have been killed, in Zamfara, in Kwara, in Benue? Will election hold in Yawata? What happened to the voters register of people of Yawata and all the Kajuri people in Kaduna State, and all the recently, the name of that community in Kwara, where the worst happened recently and nobody's talking about it. And INEC has just come out. Why are we thinking and talking? Because one thing leads to another. Are we going to, the house will not collapse and we're thinking about the roof standing. So INEC, yes, you hold what is very sensitive Nigeria, the democratic system. But democracy in Nigeria cannot survive when killings and abductions and rape and murder, mass murder is taking place and want to play it out. I'm sure that the federal government of Nigeria spend money, almost what is very near budget of INEC, to begin to clean up Nigerian image abroad, to say whether killings are happening, whether you call it genocide, mass killing, whether Christians or Muslims, whoever is being killed. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm discussing and thinking and talking here is INEC to clean up voter register before 2007. And that is usual. Go ahead, clean up. But do remember that, one thing will lead to another. When it is good for the head, it will be good for the clipper and even the barber. All of them work together. Like the Bible says, everything works together. And for those who works together, for those who love God, they also work together for those who hate God and those who hate Nigeria. So let's think about all of them together. Let us clean up the whole system so that everybody will work clean. And then the INEC will not come at last and stoop on the shit where some people have messed up the environment will sit down. As INEC is planning to clean up, some political parties have started electronic registration, asking for sensitive data of Nigerian populace. What are they going to do with it after this election? Where will those data be? Who will handle them? What of when the parties begin to split and they have splitters, and just like one of the parties are struggling who will occupy their national office in Abuja? If they have done e-registration, who will be in control of the data they will get? When you want people to register for a party in Nigeria, you ask for their VIN number, voter identification number, ask of their national identity number, ask of their bank identity number. What can't you ask for? You're asking for everything because you want them to see. Are we planning another rigging? This is a data theft. For whoever is handling it, what is constitutional about it? Is it not data theft? Because you are using one thing, you pull up everybody. Well, I'm thinking and talking, and people will say, that's what I think, I don't know whether I'm right, but you are the judge. You are there. Think on your own and add up to what I'm thinking and talking. The next thing we are going to talk about today is about ENUGU Court fines British government £450 million. Ego Eliza. For the killing of coal miners in 1949 in ENUGU, the coal city. ENUGU is known as the coal city. In 1949, can you quickly do the mathematics? And some people came from different villages and communities in South is centered in ENUGU, where the business of coal mine is the hottest. Then it was NNPC. It was, the mining sector of Nigeria. It should be what it was then. No. So now they were killed by the colonial masters who felt that they should die for disobeying them. So you find out that impunity did not start today. In Nigeria, when protesters say, we do not like the condition, and then the colonial masters gave order and said, you can deal with them, handle them. So the colonial masters, and we remember the British colonized Nigeria, and the number of coal miners in ENUGU killed in 1949 remain on record and still haunting the British government. When we remember our colonial masters, somebody whose grandparents died during the protest in ENUGU of coal miners, what were they asking for? Improve on our welfare. If we entered underground under ENUGU hot climate to go and mine out the coal, which was the black gold then, and then because we disagree on welfare, what will be our own, they were killed. And now, salute the courage of ENUGU Corp, all the people who have processed that thing to sue the colonial master, they have to pay the families of the people they killed 450 million British pounds. That is huge. And when it's a huge, what did I say? What can British government pay those families to make up for the families, for the life of those lost? But there's one thing that is very clear about this. When you think and talk about it, it means that Okulu Chezo, some people will say, what is this man talking about? When you talk, you can forget, but the person you told will remember. Those who killed the miners in ENUGU in 1949 may have died and gone. Even their grandparents would have been in a position and they still be there, even in US and in UK, big positions occupying. That's if. But then, how many years after, the people of ENUGU, whose people were killed in that crash, I said, you have to pay us 450 million. Not even because they said they went to court to sue. And the court of competent jurisdiction in ENUGU has slammed British government, despite the fact that they are a colonial master. I said, whether in Igbo land and if the traditional ruler is a booger man, he's doing head like this, nobody talk to me. Once in a while, you carry a basket and cover your face and tell him, what you did is wrong. So the British government or the people who represented you or your ally who came to Southeast Nigeria, colonized Nigeria, killed our grandparents, our great-great-grandparents during 1949 cold mine massacre in ENUGU. We are asking for compensation, and the court has slammed it and made it legitimate. So we are waiting for that thing to be paid. And somebody said, he said, hey, some of you will do it. Can they pay or not pay? British government have assets in Nigeria worth more than 450 million US pounds. That's my reminder. A barrister just told us that one on air. He said whether they pay or they have, because what you have in Nigeria is more than 450 million pounds. So you decide which one is. So let Nigerian people in high authorities, all the wickedness we are perpetuating out of impunity in Nigeria can come back to haunt Nigeria in many years to come. I've talked about it in different platforms. When we keep killing people, some of their children, offsprings will remain, and someday history will be told about how your great-great-grandchildren died. It's even the Igbos that taught us as black people how to trace our ancestry. If you start tracing your ancestry, you come to a point where it halts. You say, how did this man die? He was killed by bandits. He was abducted by terrorists. He was killed by Nigerian government. He was killed by British government, the American government. He was deported by Trump. And then it turned out to be in government and the Americans in Nigeria. Then Nigeria may be doing well then. He said, I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. British government or American government deported my parents. I'm going to deport all the Americans in Nigeria. Let's look at it. It's a circle of life. So turn by turn. And when it's your turn, you have your own pound of flesh. But can we exist? How long can we continue in sin and grace will abound? That is what the Bible asks. And I'm expecting the British government who killed the coal miners in ENUGU to answer. Do we remain in the circle of killing people when they protest? Even in Nigeria, some protesters have been bombed with the tear gas, and some of them died and lost their life, even when their houses were destroyed in Owerri Shoki and Mankoko in Lagos. And some workers in Abuja went to protest and they were threatened to go to court to be jailed, and set the army and the police against them. It happened even when the traders said we will not trade in Onitsha market. The governor said he must trade by force, close the market, and they started protesting, and some people who even lost their life and their properties dead. Will they forget? What will make them forget? For how soon will they forget? Will it come back to haunt us in the future? The impunity we displace without minding people. It takes two to tango. It takes the electorate and the people they elected to be in a democracy. That's all I can think and talk on that topic. The next thing is shoot at sight. Bayo Onanuga, the presidential aide ordered that anybody found vandalizing government property, there was a particular, those rail, expensive, heavy rail metals they used to construct Nigerian road. He said, you catch anybody, shoot at sight. The question has been, beautiful order, wonderful thing. After all, you can always, when you have that smelly thing they call, human beings drop. If you're smelling too much, you only carry sand to cover it. You will stop smelling. That's a good one from Onanuga. The questions are coming. The order has been given. Now, the question that we are thinking and talking, why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders for any bandit or terror caught to be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that any Nigerian politician found as corrupt with a lot of money in possession should be shot at sight? Why has Bayo Onanuga not given orders that those who are doing so many things, atrocities being committed in Nigeria, that we should have shoot at sight, and then we begin to solve this problem. And that's it. But the question is, does Bayo Onanuga have the right, legal, constitutional, by position or otherwise, to issue such orders? Is he also part of impunity, using impunity to cure impunity? I don't know whether he uses impunity to cure impunity. And that is one of the questions we should answer. And as we ask and think and talk, we want an answer. Bayo Onanuga is the presidential spokesman. Did the president give such orders for Bayo Onanuga as a spokesperson to issue the order? And when we hear Bayo Onanuga saying this, and he didn't say that the presidency has ordered me as director, those letters civil servants around. If you read letters of civil servants, you will know that Nigerian civil servants know how to speak Oyibo. I've been directed to tell you, to inform you that, I've been directed. So the person will remove out the risk of taking responsibility to those who directed him. Now, that is why the question is not about the morality of the order. It's about the constitutionality and all things associated with the order, because it will come to a point where SAs, SSSAs, PAs to PAs will begin to issue orders like this, and then when we have such orders, few Nigeria, we now have a double wahala for dead body. If I offend anyone, he will only come out and say, I shall shoot aside. If you see Chris Maduka doing news on Signature Television, shoot aside. And then we begin to manage shoot aside orders with orders coming from whoever is coming from. It become another thing, another menace to manage in Nigeria. That's all that we are asked. And when we say this program, we say we're only here to think and talk, to muse about issues. Because it's not everything that looks right, that looks noble and constitutional. We have to follow things, because even in madness, there is order. You don't get mad without following order of madness. Madness have an order. Without, actually, those who have been mad before. According to Idi Amin, he said, I am the world's strongest general. If you doubt, ask those who have had opportunity of boxing me. If you also doubt, ask my wives. If you're still in doubt, ask my girlfriends. And the world's strongest general, Idi Amin, of those days, I like quoting him, because I've not seen difference between Idi Amin and the existing leaders in Africa. So he could as well be my model of quoting a reference to calling what the Nigerian and African leader once said. Well, the next thing I will say about that is the FGA has declared its intention to share electricity subsidy costs with state governors and state governments. That's a wonderful one. That one is a dicey one. Federal government say, hey, we don't carry electricity bill alone or subsidy. State government have to share with us. Let's wonder when they came to customize a NEC in states. Even the states where I'm talking from have EC now, ENUGU Electricity Regulatory Commission. And that means if they share, they've customized the Electricity Commission and all the things that link with it. They now customize the subsidy bills with it. So they have to share the bills. But how will they share it Will it be nnukwu azụbata nnukwu nke obere azụbata n'obere? I don't know. They've not worked out the sharing. They only muted the idea that state government will now share the cost of subsidy, electricity subsidy with the federal government. What is the implication of that? That's what we are thinking about. What will it amount to? Now, the federal government is the person who decides to subsidize the electricity without consulting the state. Now, it has come to a point where they say they be your guy, they are running. Federal government, now you be your guy. Why are you bringing your responsibility on the federal government? And from the federal government, they transfer it to me and people like us. And now that's why our concern is wondering why we are thinking and talking about it. Because we know that when you touch the nose, you will touch the eye. Anything that touch the eye, you touch nose. Anything that touch nose, touch. And that's why we are worried. We are talking about it, musing about it. So tell us, that sharing of the cost, how will it affect us as ordinary Nigerians? Who will pay more, state or federal? Because like joke, federal government will shift everything, electricity, bam, it go land on the desk of the state governors. And because the state governors are already thinking about, some of them are thinking about second tenure. And defecting and all, strong political build-up of two. They won't remember that it's a responsibility until after 2027. That's when we will say one of them will come out and say, federal government gave us the burden. If it's a burden of federal government or state government now, talk now. So that federal government will begin to talk about it and know your position. Though. Don't be accepting what you cannot accept after 2027 now, because 2027 is starting. And whoever gave the idea is a wonderful political thinker, because it's coming at the point where state government might not, might not debate it. And say, whatever you give us now, we take. Whatever you give us now. You know, I want this thing to be clearly spelled out. But you know, whether head or tail, is the masses that will pay whatever is left of the subsidy. How much is federal government subsidizing electricity? What is the amount in our budget? What is left will be cleared. How will it be shared? Is it 50-50? Is it 70-30? Is it 80-20? Well, I don't know. Let's work it out. But whichever way, you know, when they shift anything, they're shifting closer to the grassroots, very soon. Whether the local government will share from paying the electricity bill. And that's all I can say about that. Well, I can't muse about everything. There are a few things I've remembered to muse about today. If there's anything you don't want us to muse about, go to the comment section on our social media handles to tell us why not muse about this, so that we think and talk about it with you. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your host today. I hope I have tried to scratch the surface of Nigerian wahala that filled everywhere. I'll come your way next time. But before then, go to our online social media, subscribe, comment, share, and tell us what things we have done right, what things we have not done right. Tell others what we have done right. All things we have not done right, tell us so that we can correct ourselves, so that we won't be planting seeds with squirrel in our bags. On that note, I say, keep watching all the programs coming to you from Signature Television, SLTV Channel 265, and all our social media handles. Stay tuned and God bless you.
I lost my father when I was 8.
A few years later, another tragedy struck.
And my younger brother was shot. He passed.
And in a few years after, another tragedy struck.
My older brother, a car hit him and he died instantly.
It made her give up on her faith.
And I just gave my life to Christ.
Right. Started her career in finance when she was called to turn around the fortunes of a failing radio station called City FM in Lagos.
The statement was, we know you don't know anything about radio, but you know how to run a business and you know how to make money.
Within 4 years, and she was being hailed as a whiz kid.
More like I took it from scratch.
Because almost 10 years after that miracle, her colleagues had conspired to get her kicked out. They accused her of misgovernance and misappropriation.
I was at home for 7 months. No one knew.
For the first time ever, Adejoya Allen is honest, candid, and vulnerable with Chude.
Come for me.
So your dad passed at 8, so your mother raised you as a single mother then?
Yes, she did.
Were you the only child?
No.
Right.
Okay, that's another part of my life that I talked about when I was 50. I just turned 50 in July.
Yes, I'm going to talk about
So my mom had 3 of us, myself in the middle and 2 boys, first and the last.
Right.
So when I lost my dad, I was 8, and we had to move out of the family house to go. My mom had to just, fend for herself. And
What did she have to move out of the family house?
Polygamy. Polygamy. Right. Okay, now we have to rent the house out. We have to pay bills. Your dad left mortgages, and all of that. So my mom just,
so she left by herself.
So she left by herself. Let me leave so that we can, rent the house and then start making money to pay the bills that your father left. Okay, right. And so we moved to our own accommodation where my mom rented, or which my mom rented. And so in the course of it, we had an armed robbers attack, and my younger brother was shot. This was when he was maybe 18. This is a part of my life that I've never spoken about in the course of many years. And so he was shot by armed robbers, and he survived actually. And it wasn't a big gun; it was all those pellets. So he was shot in the eye, and the pellet traveled to his brain. Once down the line, he passed.
Oh.
So that was my younger brother.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Thank you. And so, okay, my mom carried on with the 2 of us, and along the years again, my older brother somehow was coming back home. Okay, he got married, and so both of us, I got married, he got married, and so he had a kid. And on his way back to the house, when he was coming from the island, he had an accident on Ikorodu Road. He left his lane and went to the other lane, and a car hit him, and he died instantly. And that's what has made it become only myself today for my mother. I spoke about it briefly when I turned 50 in July, but I didn't go into this detail. So you're the first person I'm ever going to go into this detail with.
Oh, thank you for sharing it with me. But that is a lot.
It's a lot. So you can imagine what my growing up was like. I guess it formed part of my strength. Excuse me. So people will look at me and say, excuse me, I'm very strong. I'm a strong woman. I mean, you've been through quite a lot.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do just to get strength?
Yeah.
And then that was what drew me to. Actually, because of all this, if I use the word calamities, I found myself run to Jesus and say, it seems like I need solace. I need something strong that would hold me, away from all these calamities that is happening around, around my family.
Yeah. Then you said there was a big incident where people tried to...
Oh, that happened recently, actually.
Oh, recently?
So, my leadership style or my management style is, I'm not a dictator. I try not to be a dictator. I try to make it one of inclusion where everyone has an opinion. So we have management meetings, and before I take a decision, I would say, what do you think? Teamwork, work together. Not necessarily MD said or MD has given the authority bas and that's it. No. And so I have a management consisting of, marketing manager, human resources, accountant, engineer, head of engineering, head of IT, news, like 8 or so of them.
Right.
And we have management meetings, and we would talk about everything. And I would just give them the free hand. Sometimes I would simply say, okay, if I'm not available, you guys can go ahead and do the management meeting. It's fine. Someone can chair it. I'm okay. Just go ahead and give me minutes.
Right.
Let me know what I need, what you guys have talked about. And so, particular year, I just noticed that I was abroad. I was going on holiday back in 2022, actually, quite recent. And by the time I got to Dubai, I was in Dubai. I was Dubai and going to the UK. By the time I was in Dubai, I just got a mail that there were some accusations or allegations about me doing certain things, practices in the organization by, some of my board members. And so I was like, okay, no, let me go back. I was built to travel, okay?
Right.
And just the week that I was built to travel, my board decided to pay a visit, which is normal, okay? How do you run things? How, what are your, how do you mitigate that, we don't have losses or, there are no leakages? And so I explained all of that to them, and I thought that was it. And so a couple of other questions I answered, and I moved on and I traveled. So while I was there, I got a mail telling me that, again, I've not shared this, so I'm sharing quite a number of things with you, Chidi. I don't know why.
Thank you.
So then I got a mail that, okay, I've been accused of some misappropriation.
Right. Wow.
Misappropriation of funds, corporate governance.
Right.
I didn't follow corporate governance. Some I didn't do some of my due diligence as a CEO.
Right.
Okay. So they picked 1, 2, 3, 4 things. And I looked at those and I'm like, okay, these are, I have explanations as to why this happened. So initially I thought, in the boardroom, you have 1, 2 people that just don't like you and they want you out. So I thought it was one or two of those people that were behind the, allegations.
Right.
And so I started to face them and I said, okay, this and this and this and this. And before I knew, Jack Robinson, they convened a board meeting, an emergency board meeting. And at the board meeting, they said, oh, these are the allegations against Mrs. Allen. We now have to go ahead and investigate these allegations. I couldn't say anything. There was no explanation. No, did you do this? Did you do this? Answer. Right. I still thought it was one of those two of those board members. So, right. And then I went. So one of my directors then said, okay, Ms. Allen has to step aside. Either she goes on suspension or she goes on some compulsory leave. Everything happened.
It's like a movie.
So I just kept quiet. And we ended that board meeting, and that's how I moved to the side. So when I left, then I'd actually gone to see my son in the UK, so I was kind of distracted, with his academics and all that. So then I said to myself, okay, I don't like the taste of this. You know what, Doja? Just resign. So I then sent him my resignation letter to the particular director that I'm going to resign as CEO of City FM. I don't like all of this. And so I resigned.
Wow.
Then I called my spiritual mentor. I said, this and this and this happened. I've resigned. She said, no way. You don't do that. You will never resign. No one is being accused. She first said, are you sure your hands are clean? I said, yes. You didn't do anything? I said, yes. You didn't manipulate? I said, yes. She said, okay, you can't resign. You will face it. Yeah. She said, you must clear your name. If you resign like that, you're going to regret it. Right. And you will never get over it.
Wow.
So I heard those voices, her words. So I said, okay, but I've already resigned. She said, don't worry. Something will happen. So I stayed back. And then started to unfold that my management team were the ones behind it. They instigated all forms of accusations and went behind to start to talk to my directors and whisper to them, she did this, she went here, she didn't do this. Sometimes we don't even see her in the office, all those.
Yeah.
I know you have 1 or 2 board of directors that like gossip. They like, they will listen to anything. And that's where the whole picture it became very clear to me that, okay, this is what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with a team who feel that, maybe one of them wants to become the MD or they feel that, whatever.
Right.
So it became clearer and I knew the battle I was fighting.
Right.
And so it gave me more energy to fight the battle.
Right.
So fortunately for me, I then started to speak to my other directors and then someone who knows one of my directors came into the picture. and then asked me the question. So I told him everything that happened. And he was like, okay, this doesn't mean that they should, ask you to step aside or then you have to resign. So I said, well, I've already resigned. He was like, you shouldn't have resigned as well. So he then went and sort of intervened and spoke to the majority shareholder and then another person who then said, okay, you know what? Doja should withdraw her resignation letter.
Right.
And just be on the compulsory leave while we investigate all these allegations against her. So I did it. Withdrew my resignation because I needed to clear my name. And an investigation panel was constituted and looked into all the allegations, every single allegation against me. So I faced the panel, answered all the questions, and of course, there and then, even the panel could say that, okay, madam, these are some corporate governance issues that you are the CEO, you should have, did all that. And yeah, I explained, I said, yes, I agree that, I missed, I dropped the ball in one or two places and all that. But there and then I knew that it was my management team that were behind that. These were people that I trusted.
Yeah.
Now, so Chude, let me come to your side. Remember when you said to me that people would say Christians? Yeah. They were Christians, Chude. Tongue blaster.
Yeah.
You can imagine my level of disappointment.
Yeah.
Christians that sometimes will hold hands and be
kabashing
in the office, shakaka.
Yes.
And so I went through it all. I waited it out, and I was glad for that counsel.
Right.
Where my spiritual mentor then said, don't.
Yeah.
So I waited. I was at home for 7 months. No one knew. No one knew.
What year was this?
2022.
Wow.
No one knew. Again, you're the first person. When this goes up, 7 months.
Wow.
I was out of CTFM for 7 months. When I was filling your form and, I was asked, question of what the things that shaped me. These are the things that made me quite strong and determined never to fail. Never to fail.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it would encourage one or two people out there by the time you bring this out.
Yeah, of course.
So I weathered it. Even the staff of CTFM never thought I was going to come back.
Right.
But I knew I was going to come back. Because by the time the investigation report came out, it was clear that my hands were clean.
Right.
Whatever the report said, picked this, picked that, picked these little things. What it pointed out was the board's failure of the oversight function of the managing director. Right. Even if she did this and this, you as a board, how have you, and then, we had quite a lot of loopholes that, we hadn't done. We didn't have board committee. Our board committees, they were it was weak, and that's the truth.
Right.
And so we needed to tighten all that.
Right.
So I waited at home 7 months, of course, 7 months of praying, kabashing on my own and my team, that I must go back. Even if at that point, in fact, 2-3 people around me were like, Doja, even if it means you're going to go back and just clear your name
and then leave.
Right. Anything that happens in future, you went back. They will never bring back a thief or someone that doesn't know what they're doing. So you must clear your name and go back. True to the council.
Yeah.
Everything came out fine. Nothing against me. Nothing traced to my bank account. Nothing whatsoever. So out of the blues, 7 months after a new board was constituted, the former board was then dissolved.
Right.
And then the new board was constituted, and I reached out to them and said, I needed to make a case from what happened with the last board. So I wrote a letter, put everything on the letter, explained myself, and asked to see the new board and bring up all evidences and what I'd done in the organization and that. Put out the investigation report. you know, just to discuss with them because, again, the former board were my accusers and they cannot be the juries. And how they say it in the court of law.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
So somebody else has to look into it,
Right.
you know, with fresh eyes and, you know, see the you know, the points.
Yeah.
And so that's what I did. So I went after that, again, by counsel,
Right.
write to your new board and let them know, you know, what's going on. And so I wrote to them. Meanwhile, the management then were thinking, oh, they're the ones in charge now. Ms. Allen is no more there. Out of the picture. They used to refer to me as the former MD of City FM,
Right.
former MD. No problem. I knew what I was up against or up for. So I did that. And then the new board called me in and spoke to me and asked me to make all the explanations. I did all that. And before I knew it, I got a letter to say, you know what, you're being reinstated.
Right.
So I came back. I was so excited.
Yeah.
I knew some people were going to be in trouble.
Thatcher was back in the building.
Happily back. So by the time it was announced that Georgia is coming back on Monday, of course, they took off.
Right, they resigned. Yeah.
I'm like, why? Why? Why do you have to resign? And then, you know, they resigned and you know, the rest is history.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, you know, I mean, the plan was initially, well, the advice, not the plan, because I didn't think I was going to do that.
Yeah.
But the advice was like, just stay a couple of months and go. But
Right.
City FM is my baby, is my organization. I mean, I am synonymous to City. In as much as I don't own the station, but I'm like the owner because I run it like the owner of the station.
Yeah,
so
yeah. It's an amazing
and
story.
so
Yeah.
and that's where I am. 2022 to 2023,
Yeah.
and now we're in 2025. And we're still standing strong.
Yes.
I'm better
better
than I was many years ago.
A number of achievements in City FM over the years, you know, even in content, having Dr. Abati, you know, be one of the hosts, a string of viral interviews over the past few years, you know, the Okoyes, all of that. But two of the things that are my favorites are one, the annual Christmas concert, which I never miss.
Baby.
I'm always at the back.
No,
I was there last year.
Don't believe
I was
you.
there last year. I was there last year. the security men will recognize me because they're my people. Yes, I always come, but because I come because it's open air. There's something about it that's beautiful.
Excellent.
So I'm not coming to the front. People say come to the front. I'm like, no, I'm in the back. It's really beautiful. I've been there once in the front many years ago, but after that I thought no, the real experience is to be in the crowd. So, and over the past few years, a number of the Christmas fiestas by radio stations have stopped, been suspended, you know, died out of lack of sponsorship. City FM's has continued. So that's a remarkable achievement. So I want to ask you, so I'll talk about, the other thing is the City FM Media Academy, but what do you think has kept that beautiful Christmas product shining, even when others seem to have struggled with that?
You know, I told you at the outset of our conversation that my strength is in the Lord, you know, when I said it. And I really attribute every single thing that I am, that I have been, honestly, to God. So we started, what the vision of Praise in the City is me staying back and, you know, thinking to myself and saying, Doja, you need to be grateful to God. God has been so good and kind to City FM. So organize a praise concert. Late Dan was, you know, used to work, used to work for me.
Yes, at City FM.
And so we rubbed minds together, and Dan then would say, oh, Inspiration would charge, or other stations would charge. But I then said, I don't want to charge. I think that we should use it as giving back to the society, and all, of course, above all, to say thank you to God for keeping the station in spite of it all. And so that's the start of it. Now, what has kept us, again, you know, of course, the God factor is a company called ITEO. You know, people call them maybe ITEO.
Right, ITEO, right,
yeah,
right,
yes.
right.
They have been the sponsors all these years. And you know that, you know, they are quite... so ITEO,
the founder of ITEO is a strong Christian.
Exactly.
I've worked with him.
Yes,
so
Benedict and his siblings.
Yes.
So they have been the one. They swear by CTF, by Praise in the City. You know, they are just there. They will come even during the program and make, you know, thank God we'll do it together. We'll start it together. And so God has used them to
keep that going.
To keep it going.
The academy is, it feels like your newest and your favorite baby now.
Yes. So again, the academy is my vision as well.
Yeah.
Whilst the station was still, you know, trying to find our feet, I decided to set it up as a secondary revenue generation for CTFM. That's the first. And then the second thing is to, again, raise upcoming media professionals, OAPs in radio and in TV.
Yeah.
I would say to them when I'm giving my speech, I would say, we only know about the veterans, you hear about the big names in radio and TV. Let's start to breed
a new generation.
Some of you, and then groom some new generation media professionals or media on their personalities, and that's how the academy started.
I mean, that's interesting because, you know, I just came back to CTFM this year because of We Truly Live. But I've been on CTFM, I've been on the station about a few years ago, maybe about 7-8 years ago. And one of the things I used to be interested in, which is I saw when you were explaining the academy, was when you come, you see interns, young people. And so when I was reading the history of the academy, that was what inspired you to say, these young people always want to come and work in CTFM. How do we not deliberately build them?
Yes.
And I remember just thinking, I've had interns anytime I go there. It's always a key part of the culture at CTFM.
A lot.
This year you turned 50. I want to end with that. First of all, you know, I didn't, because when we had already fixed this interview a few months ago, so I didn't know that you turned 50 this year. But then, you know, I think I saw it on Tara Drotoye's page or something. And so when you were coming today, and I said, no, I think when I saw your picture, I said, okay, she can't be 50 now. So I went back to the post, I went to Google and said, no, actually, it wasn't, I didn't imagine it.
She is 50.
I mean, 50 looked good on you first
Thank
and foremost.
you. Thank you.
What is the thing you're proudest of and you're most grateful for as you turn 50 this year?
Grateful to God. I'm so grateful to God. And a lot of my achievements in my career and business at 50 makes me very happy and proud that, you know, 50 met me this way. Do you see what I mean? I can record quite a lot of successes at 50. So I'm grateful. Many 50-year-olds might not be able to say the same. So I think for me, it's the story. I like the story. I'm not where I want to be, and you know, I'm not counting my billions yet. So when I get to that, then I would.
And then you have more to be grateful for.
Yes.
That will now be praised in the globe. But thank you so much for joining me today. And congratulations on the achievements
at
CTFM.
Thank you for having me.
Building and rebuilding a beautiful brand that continues to be relevant, you know, and for being one of the very few women. It's only strange to me. I think we can count on the fingers on one finger the number of female CEOs we have in radio and television in Nigeria. And you've been a trailblazer, and you're still one.
A consistent one.
A consistent trailblazer. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you today.
Right.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you today.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
To another edition of Muse on Signature Television. I am your muser. Like I always ask, and giving that title to myself, I hope I am allowed to do so. But on Muse, we think and talk. And I've come again to think and talk in my small way. I hope you just think and talk in your own way. Because we want people to think and talk instead of talking and thinking. But that's what happens most of the times, and we don't even have a universal way people should think and talk or talk and think. But we felt that if we think before we talk, we can come up with more useful results. My name is Christian Chibuzo Maduka. I am here again to muse with you. Thanks for allowing me into your sitting room, into your privacy. Let's think and talk over small things that happen in my environment. And you can send us information about what happens in your environment so that we can also think and talk about it. Go to our social media handles. You can see as many as possible: Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube. There are many and all that. But if you want to watch us direct to home, you go to SLTV channel 265. So welcome to today's edition of News. First on the list of things we have to think and talk about today is the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act Amendment Bill that has been passed into law by the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. A lot of people saluted the rapidity, the quick action that the President gave to, the attention he gave to signing that bill into law. It's brought a lot of things to quietness, solve certain problems. But why are we bringing it up if all the problems have been solved? It's just that it seems that the president solved one problem and created so many. Why is the president who will quickly sign the act into law when a lot of people at the Federal House of Assembly took a different stand and they were coerced into supporting the Senate on that act? And why is it that every issue that has happened in Nigeria has not been given this kind of attention and rapidity? And that's what raised, and people will start asking, is this Nigeria? How come that the president, within minutes, seconds of hearing that, okay, Those who say aye, who say no, because have it, and then the president quickly, because we know we have so many acts that been going through the National Assembly, passing through first reading, second reading, 5th reading, 6th reading, and they will call and have an addendum, you go back, they drop it on the committee level to go and they re-emphasize, they take it to public hearing and they do, and here and it comes back, and it has not been solved. Why is it that the Electoral Act becomes so important in Nigeria, even at the point it was signed, it was still not perfect? People will say no perfect law, you know. But when you see boot traps, like some people say, that has been laid in that Electoral Act and the president will quickly sign it into law, it calls for certain, it brings some sour taste in our mouth, and then, but whether you like it or not, the president at the height he stays, the view is very clear to him. He's seen even what you think before you think about this. And he said, that's why everybody wants to be a president, because once you get to the position of being a president of a nation like Nigeria, you can see even what people think. You can even tell them, don't worry. At the point I am seeing this, what you are worried about doesn't matter. I'm taking you to a land of promise, of renewed hope, and all. Where you grab it, run with it, where you ewa and agbado will be so surplus to our youth that they will not agitate again. And that's what we have done. And the first term of that abundantness of ewa and agbado is unfolding and rolling through. Whether agbado and ewa and all the things that go with it and the condiments are available for Nigerians, is left for Nigerians to talk. Who am I to speak on behalf of Nigerians? That's how I'm just musing, thinking and talking about it. But I'll just say kudos to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You gave that amended act. You gave it a rapid attention and signed it into law. Good luck. We only call that you give such rapid attention to some other things that require not just attention, they require emergency. And I know that security is an emergency in Nigeria. Corruption in the high places is an emergency in Nigeria. Impunity, people in office is an emergency in Nigeria. We should give rapid attention to all comprehensively instead of doing selective discharge of attention. But my father said you cannot tell somebody, look at how your mouth looks while you are eating your own thing. What we have noticed about Nigerian politics is a winner takes it all. Once a winner steps in there, he begins to dispose things. It reminds me of one, that Scarface, Tony Montana, in the face, Tony Montana, there's that film. He said, when we have our money, we have our own F. It's not broadcastable here. So when Nigerian politicians can kill, do everything and get to a position of authority, they can now begin to dispose things. And it's like, go to court if you can. Recently in that newspaper today, people were agitating over the timetable for election that has been changed by INEC. By the way, INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, and the presidency or the spokesperson of the president, and because the president has not come out and said, I didn't say, ask the people, the APC, the Central Ruling Party, ask people, the opposition that are kicking against the timetable, said, abandon the polls, don't come at all if you think you are offended, or go to court. Why are we building democracy that is dependent on courts for us to? When the court becomes the electorates, and the electorates are relegated to the background, we keep going to court. I was discussing with a friend, he was saying the timetable. He just discussed off the screen and said, by this time in 2027, elections in Nigeria will have been forgone. He said, no, they will still be in court. So we all plan to go to election, waste large sum of money that would bring us development, and then get ready to go to court. Now, let's wonder, most of the courts, the lawyers who handle election petitions have become billionaires over time. You know, after Nigeria, in 2023, we spent 309 billion to conduct the elections. And then after that, we spend something close to that to go to court. Who did this to Nigeria? I keep asking. But on second thought, I said, Nigeria did this to themselves. Our politicians clearly planned how this thing would go for selfish reasons, to favor them as party, to favor them as politicians, to favor them in their cliques and groups. The whole thing that is the bigger picture of 240 million Nigerians comes secondary. And that's where we got it wrong. No wonder we have a lot of insecurity issues in Nigeria, and we are asking, how can somebody knock on the door and turn around and ask who is knocking? Nigeria set the foundation for us to have very tense polity. Economy that doesn't work. They were under Agbado, and all the hopes were promised are neither renewed or enhanced. They're actually getting worse. The telecom price tariff is high. The petroleum product that God has given us in abundance under the soil of Nigeria, and we have made the 6th highest producer of crude oil in Nigeria. Nigerians can't even afford refined petroleum products because they're still high. It's not housing that we have. The landlords have taken over the lives of people. A lot of people can't go back to the villages. There's no life in the villages because their life is not guaranteed because of the terror, bandits and terrorist activities, unknown and known government, and all things that happen in our remote villages. So everybody is running to the center of the cities, or even there's no guarantee. But then you can't pay for landlord rent. You can't handle it because of the nature of Nigeria. So where are we going? Where is Nigeria going? That's the question. Don't mind me, I am thinking and talking. A lot of people know where they are going because they can guarantee their next meal. For me, I am not sure. I know even where my next meal will come from. So when I ask, somebody will say, why are you bringing it up here as a public thinking and talk? No, if I'm thinking and talking, you can think and talk what concerns you. I know I'm going through hardship, hunger, and I can't stop talking about it. Until the day is done, of course, nobody is coming to my attention. You think and talk on your own if you have hunger and hardship bothering you. The politicians are thinking about 2027 and doing horse trading, defection and all. We come back to that. But that's it. Let me not just think too much and talk too much about this particular issue. And this is a little has scratched the surface because it can take us the whole year to think and talk. The new electoral act has been amended and signed into law. Congratulations to Nigeria. Remember, any goat that's lying on the ground is lying on his cane. No matter how you make your mat, you lie on it. So Nigeria is making the mat. They can't look to America to come and amend our electoral act and say we will have an election that is going to be free and fair when we have consciously laid book traps because we are waiting for who will talk. And we are waiting for INEC to deliver. A wrong foundation cannot carry the house. They will all collapse. That's, whether you agree with me or not, there's a little I can say, about Nigeria. Nigeria, we healthy, we move forward. Forward ever, backward never. The next item on my agenda, that sounds familiar if you have attended the Kindred meeting. The secretary will tell the people speaking English in Igbo. The next agenda we have on the table is state police. Everybody has talked about state police. There's been a long cry that Nigeria should establish state police. Because we are calling for state police, some agree, some disagree. Yeah, that is very common in democracy. But we only disagree and agree on such issues that's only when we remember we are running democracy. There are certain things we agree and disagree. The government will still go ahead, even when the people who disagree are more in number. They will still go ahead to take a decision. But the state police has now become about one of that thing. The federal government of Nigeria, led by the president himself, Mohammed Ahmed Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has said, I am going to support the establishment, and I'm working on it. He has urged the Senate. He says, Senate, hasten up the amendment of the Constitution so that you accommodate the state police. Federal House of Reps, make up your, submit your own idea. Let's work on it and do quick amendment of the Constitution and have state police. Why is state police not getting the rapidity of attention that the Electoral Amendment Act bill received? But we know that state police, from all indication, people have called for it. The researches that we are saying we need the state police in Nigeria, because whatever we think are our fears of not having state police is now minor to what is the advantage of having. Bandits and terror have taken over. But the states in most part of Nigeria has formed neighborhood watch, vigilante groups. Some had gone boldly to come out with almost what is state police, hiding under vigilante service. Their outfits, their presentation, the act that established them, the equipment, and the way they perform their business is perfected the state police image. So what are we still waiting for? Whenever I say this, I mention Amoteku in southwest Nigeria. The Amoteku in southwest Nigeria has as this commander-in-chief as the state governors, and you need to see them in their kits when they kit to respect the guard of honor. So what are we waiting for? Why is it that we see things that will benefit this country and we keep delaying on it? I am sure if you do a survey now, that people who will vote for state police will be more than people who do not want state police. Probably the politicians are afraid of state police. They know why. Because they say the man who normally use machete to cut people's head, we hardly allow anybody with machete to pass at the back. So the politicians, your fear can remain because you still remain minor. But incidentally, why it's painful is these politicians in position of authority that the people who are taking decision of whether state police will come. The sooner you allow state police to come over, because the people that will vote you seem as if voting you guys into power are all dying away. They're dying. In Kwara, in Plateau, in Benue State, in Anambra, in Imo, people are dying. In Ondo, quite recently, they even went and killed the traditional ruler of a community in his own palace. What are we waiting for state police? Until all the villages are finished, the population of our remote villages and even the peri-urban towns are finished? Is that when we... Let me say, what happens in peri-urban and semi-urban and whatever urban and rural communities is fast moving into the cities. So much so that even the Federal Capital Territory of Abuja, health workers have received threats and they've abandoned duty posts. So what else? If bandits and terrorists can attack in the Federal Capital Territory with double power of the federal government of Nigeria, having its Asorok, the headquarters with all the army barracks surrounding. And then we have the Federal Capital Territory on its own ministerial appointment with all the structure. Still, terror and bandits are attacked there. So imagine, if Funefune is like this, how will Funefune be Imagine what is happening in our remote communities. Are we so insensitive to the lives of our people in our communities? I know there are little things being done, but we are saying it's not enough. Let's add state police to it. Let's see whether, I mean, start state police, perfect the ones who have started, have built a good foundation to start state police. Let the Amotekun in southwest Nigeria, let the ESN or whatever the ENUGU in southeast be perfected as state police with oversight function of the federal police. Let's see how it works. Otherwise, what happened in recent past, continue in recent future. The population of Nigeria, like I keep saying, is no more 240 million. We are maybe less than 190 now, because over 50 million people have died. Banditry and terror. You say this is highfalutin. Where did I get my figure? I sit down in a platform where I review newspaper headlines every day, and the number of figures I have seen of Nigeria who died of bandits and terror in the last 2 years, it's surpassed even this figure. So why should we be living in borrowed, what they call it, confidence, thinking we're a nation? Some parts of this country are governed by terrorists, and we still claim territorial integrity. When we say some people are coming to help us, you say, are they coming to do what? You know, we have sovereignty as a Nigerian. Remember that whoever marries my mother automatically becomes my papa. What we are looking for at the bottom of any plate of soup, is either fish or meat. We are looking for what will make us to survive. And that's what we are looking for. Please, and please, my dear people, for how long can we continue in sin and grace will abound? It sounds biblical. How long are we going to continue debating about whether state police will be adopted or implemented and our Nigerian people will finish dying? Well, that's about it. Okay, so we have spoken about state police. I mean, a lot of people have called for it. It's timely now. It's key now. It's more than we needed it like 2 years ago, but people are calling for it again now. So when 90 million flies are eating whatever they eat, you can see there's something they see in that you can't stop them from. So if most Nigerians are calling for state police, why not give us state police? I remember one woman near my place when we were talking about the headquarters, that means local government. They were talking about creating new local government. And they explained, the old woman said, people are talking about a quarter. They said, Mama, not be quarter, na headquarter. Okay, I'll say, whether it's quarter or headquarter, give us quarter. We need it. So whether it's state police or state vigilante, whatever, establish it, give it teeth to bite. Let's have it and because what we did not even test, we can't describe. Let's start maybe with certain states and see the experimental level and see how far we can run with it. That's about it. The next item on our agenda of news is about defections. Defections is the movement of politicians from one political party into another. Defections are willful move of politicians and their group from one party to another. Quite recently, Fintri, the governor of Bauchi, and all his people, is it Bauchi or Zamfara, or wherever he is, has moved with all the structures of his government. Fintri has moved again, just like the governor of Delta State who started the mass movement of defection. Delta State has gone down in the history of Nigeria, started the history of when a governor moves, all his state government, all the PA, all the state structure will move with him to enter a new party. So Delta started it at the beginning of last year. And all the state governors who have defected followed suit. The recently is Fintri and his state structure has moved to APC. And the APC is come, all you that are heavy laden, I will give you rest. Come. Talk about it. If Fintri has left PDP, you now ask, one down. How many to go? And then we come back to say, where are the oppositions? It sounded like the music of that guy from Cross River State that time. I've forgotten his name, but I remember the music. He said, where are the prophets? Where are the prophets? Ew, ew. Yes, in Nigeria is going now, we're asking. As Nigeria is going now, we're asking, where are the opposition? Where are the opposition? Who is going to stand against APC and their train of mass destruction of oppositions? Do I say no? They are allowing the oppositions to come in. So it's willingness. But I said, if you describe APC, their structure is, as they move, everywhere they enter. It's either you go to Asorok for a visit, when you come back, you start speaking from different, or you stay, Asorok visits you, and the same, whichever way, either you go to Asorok come to you, your life will never be the same. You must go to join APC. But now I say, what do you ask me? Are the oppositions muffled in Nigeria? That's part of things we have decided to discuss today. But let's discuss all of them until defections. Defecting. We have shouted about defection. Nobody, APC kept quiet. If you come and go to campaign with PDP, and PDP, you promise people everything under PDP, they voted for you and voted for your structure, you created structure of PDP, became the leader of PDP in your state, suddenly you, without resigning, you carry the whole mandate given to you by PDP and all into APC, and we clap for you. This is the leg Namago take Richo Maya. This is how we build the democratic structure in Nigeria that will stand test of time. Evidently, Nigeria is moving towards one-party system. From what I see, you can see differently. I am musing. Please take it easy with me. This way, my little brain. Nigeria is moving into a one-party structure, and that is wonderful. There's nothing left for the opposition to work with. Everything seems to be against the opposition. Some opposition are still in court. The court is still to decide whether they will be deregistered or whether they will be allowed to operate as political party. You count them as opposition. The same court in Nigeria will decide. If they look at you and their face is like, hey, this party, okay, no, you will not continue. You haven't been registered. If they did not deregister you, if to the timetable by INEC that you'll be struggling to do your primaries, INEC has come with a structure that demand that all the opposition will do their primary election before May. And some of the oppositions are in court. And some of those people suspected that the stooges planted by the opposition party has made those parties not to rest. No center cannot hold in the opposition party, or what seemingly be in the opposition. Because if you ask me, Nigerian politicians are working for one Alhaji. It's one Alhaji that have the kettle that we're all heading in Nigerian politics. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Some of the big-time politicians are planted in opposition party to serve and make sure that nothing works. And that's what has happened. So where are the opposition? Now, before I go, what I recommend is let us all defect into whatever party we choose as a country. When we go there, we fight it out. It's better we fight under one party than to think we are opposition that haven't no teeth to bite, no leg to stand, no seat to sit. Even before you say your opposition, you face one trouble or another. And we say this is a democratic society we want to build for this country and the future of our children. May I smell wayo. But if you don't smell wayo, take it, give it to me. That is only me that smell wayo. Even my nose could soon become wayo smeller. Well, thank you for having been with us for this session of news. You know, it's always fun when you are thinking and talking. You know, you're thinking and talking. It makes for fun because it's like brainstorming. As one thing, we live in your brain. Another one is, and I'm using this thinking and talking not to get too old because, you know, when you get too old, you become a Christian father. If you enter in the neighborhood, everybody is saying, uncle, that's why you know you are old. Anyway, my name remains Christian Chibuzo Maduka, your muser, and it's been my pleasure to have been with you today again. Thank you for having been with us. Go to our social media handles, comment, and share. If you had watched us from direct to home, if there's anything you want us to go, those emails are there, their handles are there where you can comment, and we'll even improve on what we do. Until we come your way again, stay with the rest of the program on Signature Television. May God bless you.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities just finished the
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Hello and welcome once again to Gender Perspective. It's a pleasure to have you join us on the program. Now on this episode, we'll be discussing shared parenting and custody. Now these are often talked about as legal arrangements, but for many families, they are lived realities that are shaped by gender. For generations, mothers have been seen as the primary caregivers and fathers as the providers. and those expectations still influence who gets custody, who carries the daily care, and who is expected to step up after separation. Now, as more families move towards shared parenting, important questions emerge. Is this system truly equal for men and women? Who benefits and who bears the hidden costs? Well, today we examine shared parenting, exploring power, fairness, and the real-life implications for parents and children. It's about roles, responsibility, and what parenting means in today's society. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and I'll be with you right after this short break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Welcome back. Now, to understand how shared parenting and custody really work in practice, we need to look beyond the opinions and into evidence. So let's look at our background report, which examines how custody laws have evolved, how decisions are made, and how gender continues to shape outcomes, often in ways that aren't immediately visible. It looks at who is more likely to gain shared custody, how caregiving history and economic power matter, and what the impact is on children and parents.
Child custody arrangements have undergone significant transformation over the past several decades, reflecting broader social changes in family structures, gender roles, and understandings of child welfare. Traditionally, custody decisions following separation or divorce favored one parent, most often the mother, based on assumptions about caregiving roles and children's emotional needs. However, the growing recognition of both parents' roles in a child's development has led to the increasing adoption of shared parenting and shared custody models. While these arrangements are often promoted as progressive and gender-neutral, their implementation raises complex legal, social, economic, and psychological implications that merit careful examination. Shared parenting generally refers to an arrangement in which both parents actively participate in raising their child after separation, sharing decision-making authority and caregiving responsibilities. Shared custody may involve equal or near-equal physical custody, or it may refer primarily to joint legal custody while physical residence remains uneven. The rationale behind shared parenting is grounded in the belief that children benefit from maintaining meaningful relationships with both parents. This model also aligns with contemporary ideals of gender equality, challenging the notion that caregiving is inherently maternal and positioning fathers as equally capable caregivers. From a legal perspective, shared parenting has emerged as part of broader family law reforms aimed at prioritizing the best interest of the child. Many jurisdictions have moved toward encouraging or presuming shared custody, particularly where both parents are deemed fit and willing. On paper, these reforms are gender-neutral, emphasizing parental capacity rather than parental sex. However, in practice, custody determinations remain influenced by judicial discretion, cultural norms, and socioeconomic realities. As a result, the promise of equality embedded in shared parenting laws does not always translate into equitable outcomes. One of the most significant implications of shared parenting lies in its relationship to gender roles and expectations. Historically, women have borne the primary responsibility for childcare, often at the expense of career advancement and economic independence. Shared parenting has the potential to redistribute care work more evenly, enabling mothers to pursue employment and personal development while encouraging fathers to engage more fully in day-to-day parenting. In this sense, shared custody can function as a mechanism for advancing gender equality within families. However, critics argue that shared parenting may also place disproportionate burdens on mothers, particularly in contexts where structural inequalities persist. Women, on average, continue to earn less than men and are more likely to adjust their work lives around caregiving responsibilities. In such circumstances, equal custody arrangements may ignore unequal access to resources, flexible employment, and housing stability. Rather than leveling the playing field, shared parenting can sometimes obscure underlying gendered inequalities by assuming both parents are equally positioned to share responsibilities. The implications for fathers are equally complex. Shared parenting has been championed by fathers' rights advocates as a corrective to perceived bias in custody decisions. For many fathers, shared custody provides greater recognition of their parental identity and emotional bonds with their children. It challenges traditional models of masculinity that prioritize breadwinning over caregiving and affirms fathers as nurturing, competent parents. Nonetheless, the success of shared parenting for fathers often depends on their prior involvement in childcare, workplace flexibility, and social support, factors that are unevenly distributed across class and culture. Beyond parental interest, the impact on children remains the central consideration in custody arrangements. Proponents of shared parenting argue that children benefit emotionally, psychologically, and socially from sustained contact with both parents. Research suggests that, in low-conflict situations, shared custody can support children's sense of security and reduce feelings of loss associated with parental separation. Children may also benefit from exposure to diverse parenting styles and more balanced role modeling across genders. At the same time, shared parenting is not universally beneficial. Frequent transitions between households can create instability, particularly for younger children. High levels of parental conflict may expose children to ongoing stress, undermining the potential advantages of shared custody. In such cases, the insistence on equal parenting time may prioritize parental rights over children's emotional well-being. This raises critical questions about whether shared parenting should be encouraged as a default arrangement or assessed strictly on a case-by-case basis. Economic implications further complicate shared custody arrangements. Shared parenting often affects child support obligations, housing needs, and access to public benefits. Parents may need to maintain two adequately equipped households, a requirement that can disadvantage lower-income families. Because economic inequality is itself gendered, with women more likely to experience post-separation financial hardship, shared parenting can unintentionally exacerbate existing disparities. These realities challenge the assumption that shared custody is equally feasible or fair for all families. Particularly contentious are shared parenting arrangements in cases involving domestic violence or high power imbalances. Critics argue that mandatory or presumed shared custody can place survivors, most often women and children, at risk by forcing continued interaction with abusive partners. In such context, shared parenting may function less as a model of cooperation and more as a tool of control. This has led to calls for stronger safeguards, nuanced risk assessments, and greater judicial sensitivity to gendered patterns of abuse. Overall, shared parenting represents a significant shift in how societies understand family, gender, and child welfare after separation. While it offers the promise of greater gender equality and sustained parental involvement, its implications are neither uniform nor universally positive. The effectiveness of shared custody depends on legal frameworks, social supports, economic conditions, and, crucially, the quality of parental relationships. In conclusion, shared parenting and custody arrangements sit at the intersection of law, gender, and child development. They challenge traditional assumptions about motherhood and fatherhood while exposing persistent inequalities that shape family life. A balanced approach, one that recognizes the value of shared parenting without imposing it rigidly, is essential. Ultimately, the goal of custody law should not be formal equality between parents, but substantive fairness that genuinely serves the best interest of the child.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
And now it's time for our discussion segment. In the studio with me is Dr. Namaka Ilodigo. She is the founder and executive director, Women and Child Justice Initiative Nigeria. She's also a lawyer, offering her unique perspective on how shared parenting works in theory, how it plays out in practice, and how gender expectations continue to shape both. We're glad to have you.
Thank you, Signature TV, for having me. It's good to be here once more.
Yes, it's good to be here once again. Yeah. So let's talk about this issue of, custody. In your experience, how do you see traditional roles and ideas about parenting, motherhood, fatherhood? How do you see it play out when it comes to custody outcomes, or who gets to have custody of the children?
Okay, thank you, Lucy. Traditionally, Africa, our culture, they believe that the man is the head of the family. Everything belonging to the decision concerning the child or the children of the home belongs to their father. Most times, the wife or the mother is relegated to the background. In fact, if you can take example from even where a daughter will get married, the woman is not given permission to say anything or to take any decision. So that's in traditionally, the father is in charge of the care of the children. The mother is just, I don't know how to, she's even regarded as part of the property owned by the man. So she has no say, she has no decision to give in terms of parenting.
So what about when it comes to the legal aspect of it?
Okay, legally we have shared parenting. We have two forms. We could also call it joint parenting. Legally, both parents have the right over the child or the children. We have the legal form where the court says responsibilities belonging to concerning the child or the children is shared between both parents, both the father and the mother. And then if you go to the Child Rights Act, which we have, that is being implemented here in ENUGU State, which is taken from the Convention on the Right of the Child all over. It's a law that protects the right of the child. It gives both parents the right over the child. No parent is subordinated. Both of them have absolute right over the child or the children. So the other one is legal. You could also say physical parenting, shared parenting, where the child is made maybe to live with one parent, and then they share the responsibilities concerning the child. That is also another form. But basically in law, the child or the responsibility concerning the child belongs to both parents. Nobody is relegated to the background in terms of responsibilities concerning the children.
But do you see cases where there are issues of maybe economic imbalance or power play that also affect who gets to, have custody of the children?
Yes, in as much as we say that the responsibility belongs to both parents legally, there are circumstances that the court will consider. And in all issues that is relating to a child, you go to the CRC, as I mentioned before, the CRA, you talk about the best interest of the child. So at this point, when there are issues, or maybe parents are separated or divorced, the court will look at what is the best interest of these children at this point. And some of those best interest decisions could come from, is the mother capable? So it's not an emotional thing. The court does not deal with emotions. Is the mother capable? Does she have questionable character? Or has there been, on the part of the man, are there issues of violence? Okay, has there been allegations or confirmed cases of violence against the children or against the wife? These are some of, and then the court can also look at who will best take care of these children and provide for their welfare. So when it comes to that, the court looks at some of these things to decide whether the parenting goes to the custody now, not the parenting, because both of them have the right to, but now the custody, who now takes the custody of the child. And by this custody, I simply mean that who will the children be living with? Who will now, that the fact that the children are living with Miss A or the father does not deny the mother access to the children. She still has, according to the CRC, unlimited access to see her children. And even decision makings that concerns that child, the father must also get her involved in taking decisions. He cannot do it absolutely.
But we see situations where things like this happen, where the mother does not get access to see the child or is not involved in, the decision-making process.
Okay, it happens. Like I said, Africa, if it's where, let me use an example, most of the cases I even had last week, I had most of the cases of children, these issues of custody of children. You see over little issue, over little provocation, the man says, leave my house. And then maybe, or it may not even be the man saying, leave my house. The woman decides, I'm done with this marriage. I cannot go through this domestic violence again. She runs away from the home with the children. Okay, and we call this parental abduction. She takes the children. One of the cases we had, she took the 3 children, ran away when her husband left the home, and then ran to a very remote area. Of course, we sent the police. Thank God for area command here. They have been really very helpful. And then when we wrote them, they sought for the children. And then when they got the children, we brought the kid with the woman and the man to the office, and we told the woman, you have no absolute right to take away your children. This is the trend now. And I also want to use this medium to tell women, I don't know who gives them such advice, that when there are issues concerning them and their husbands, they run away with the children. Some will run as far as Imo State. Some will run as far as Lagos. We have had cases of where we have to use the police to get them back from Lagos or even from Abuja. So one of them threatened to go to, what is this television that is trending, but to go and report her husband, that the man is molesting her and abusing her. But she had run away from the children, with the children. And we told her, the contention here is no longer you and your husband. The contention is the children. And ENUGU State has also passed the law. And most times when they take the children away, they deny them education. They keep them off from going to school because they don't want their father to see them. Some of them will even use it as a threat to tell their father, you will never see your children again. So some of these things it's not proper. Once there are issues between, marriage is not by force. I always say that. Sometimes some of my colleagues will tell me, don't say that you're a Christian. I'll tell them, I still maintain that marriage is not by force. Where a man batters a woman, beats her under the slightest provocation, he beats her up, he does not feed her. The woman that comes, I told the woman, you had a case. Because if your husband is not feeding you, the children are 5 years, 3 years, and 1 year. Okay, he's not feeding you people. He has another woman somewhere where he spends most of his time. Why do you have to run away? There are NGOs that you can go to, and this matter will be even resolved in your favor. But most times, they don't want to do that. They run away. And they feel going to a lawyer is so much money. No, there are some NGOs that are free. For example, the one we run is free for women. We do most of the things for them. We advise them. We handle their cases free of charge because we know how women go through. So it's not necessary for you to run away with your children. Report these cases and it will be handled properly. And you know, once a case of abduction comes before the court looks at the woman as irresponsible. Why would you run away with your children, denying your husband access to your children? So the best thing is for you to come up, report this matter, and it will be handled properly.
Now, these women that abduct their children or run away with their children, does the court also look at maybe the possible reasons? Because while we say go to the lawyers or go to an NGO, depending on the degree of possibly violence or whatever it is you could be experiencing,
Exactly.
you know, sometimes like the first action, let me just take this action first while I'm trying to find. So are there also, do you also look at all those other factors that could also lead to that action from the woman?
You know that basically there may be issues between husband and wife. The children must not get in between those matters. The issue concerning children are totally different. If your husband is abusing you, it is a matter of concern for you to report or even file an action against your husband for domestic violence. But when it comes to you bringing in your children into a matter between you and your husband, you are now going overboard. You are going overboard. And you know what? Most women do it. I've been in NGO work for over a decade. So most of them do it to hurt the man. And some of them do it, maybe I want to run away, I don't want my children to stay here, I don't know, you know mothers, how we are, our heart towards our children. I don't know what might happen to my child if I leave. But you are not doing it the right way. Okay? If the man is abusing you, the proper thing is to seek help, report. Don't wait until you are dead. Gone are those days when we say we Africans, we hide. It's a taboo for a woman to report. Even most times when they report some of these cases, you find out their community members, the man will go around and telling them, my wife reported me to a court. She has committed a serious taboo. She's no longer my wife. By the time she comes back, she has to do one ritual or the other for her to prove that she's still my wife. It's not that. We should grow, let me not use the word grow up. We should be more enlightened in terms of this. When a woman is being abused, she has the right to report. Most times, she comes to an NGO because she's seeking confidentiality. She doesn't want it open in her community, what people are doing. Even some pastors' wives. You see a woman being abused to an extent that she wants to commit suicide, and she comes to report, and she tells you, please, my husband is a pastor. I do not want this to come to the public. Do you understand? And so you handle it gently and you discuss it confidentially and you leave it there. And sometimes, some of these men, it becomes a form of ignorance. Even though we say ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Most times it becomes, he believes that his mother or how he grew up, his father was always slapping his mother. Whenever she says anything, she had no say. And then he does it to the wife, not knowing that time has changed. Time has changed. You cannot even believe time has changed. The little children come to the office 10 years, 13 years, report their parents for beating them these days. In the past, how dare you? How dare you? Who gave you that authority to do that? But time has changed. That woman cannot remain in the dark. She cannot remain domestically abused, and you expect her to sit shut up. So sometimes, when they do those things, the court is not an emotion-bound institution. The court looks at the evidence before him, before he can take a decision, or give a verdict. So once you are finding that a man is abusing you, it's between you and the man, do not get the children involved. Seek help.
Now, how does the law, how does the court distinguish between genuine co-parenting? Because like you mentioned earlier, this is Africa. Okay. There's a lot of power play going on, and some of these issues come to the court. So how do you know, how does the court differentiate the genuine coming to co-parent or coming to actually get custody, as opposed to those who want to use it as a form of further getting the conflicts, more, I don't know how to explain it, kind of using power. Maybe they come to the court.
They want to show that they are the man.
Yes.
I will take away the children from you. Well, it's normal. That's why we are human. But the truth still remains, as I said, that the court looks at the evidence before the courts. Does the woman have the capacity to take care of these children? It's not a matter of whether she is, like the video I watched, she was crying and saying she will come back. These are just, we've heard that over time. Do you understand? It's painful, it's quite pathetic, but the truth remains that who did you seek help from when this abuse was going on? You sat in your home and then you decided to abduct your children and run away.
Now that you mentioned it,
yes,
let's take a look at that video. Let's watch the video and then we'll talk about it.
All right.
I didn't know I was going to come on here to tell you guys this, but I want this to be as more as an evidence that I'm going to finally make the hardest decision of my life. I never saw it coming, but at this point I have no option. Since my separation, I've been doing my best for my kids. They go to their dad for visiting, and they school from my place. Well, it's been 2 years now. This man has not. Well, it's been 2 years now. This man has not let me rest. He frustrates my efforts every given time. He comes to my house unannounced. He harasses me everywhere. There's nothing I have not been doing, but I cannot be coming online every day to come and tell you the guys that this is what I'm going through, this is what this man has been doing to me, and all of that. At this point, I'm tired. I'm saying it like I'm tired. And what I'm saying is barely around is his house help and his house boy that in the house. He just wants to feel that yes, he's the one that is in charge, because he says there are a lot of allegations that are being laid on this complaint, this petition that he bought for me, that a lot of things he said. I would have countered it, which I will in time, in good time. I wish I would do that, but for now, he has been pressuring me about these kids. He has been doing a lot of things emotionally to me because of these kids. So I'm going to now give him custody for now. That doesn't mean I'm not going to come back for my children. It's just that I've had enough. But I'm not going to fight you now because I know when the time is right, I'm going to fight for my children. They're just minors. They're just 4 and 3 years. Yes, you want to take my kids to go and live with an house help, your house help, because you feel like, since I said no, I rejected your offer for me to come back, you want to frustrate me. I currently live in Asaba, and he has made it clear that I would not be, it will make my life miserable in this Asaba. So I planned on relocating to Lagos. When I took him to welfare, I told him, of course I know he's going to come out to counter these things I've said, because of course he knows how to lie. So he will fabricate something, a lot of things to counter this. But no problem. Mr. I'm not doing this because I am weak. I'm doing this because I need to live. That is why I'm doing this. Yeah. I'm not backing down. No, I'm not. But I need to go find my life. Yeah, I need to go find my life. Since you say you can take care of them very well, please do. Nothing should happen to my children. Because you and I know you are barely around. Nothing should happen to my children. They should look healthy and strong to pick them for holiday. And when the time is right, I'm going to counter all of these things you said against me. All of these things. I'm going to come back and counter them. All of them. When the time is right. I don't even know what to say at this point, but Nigerians should just bear me witness. I have tried. No mother would want to see her children living with an house help while she's still alive. But at this point, I don't know what else to do. He said he has all the connections, he has the money and everything, and he has been trying to frustrate me. So, this is me saying, I love you guys so much. But at this point, I don't know what else to do. He said he has all the connections, he has the money and everything, and he has been trying to frustrate me. So, this is me saying, I love you guys so much. But I just have to do this. Mommy's going to come back, okay? So tomorrow I would not say, hey, mommy left you guys to go and do prostitution, to go and do whatever. I want you guys in my life. I want to take care of you guys as much as I want, but your dad is not letting me.
That video. So first of all, I'd like to know, what do you think about what you just saw right now?
Okay, very pathetic. It's a sad video. Such a young mother, and then I always say that divorce or separation is never good. In Africa, you know, we Africans are particularly, even Igbos, it's never a good one because we tend to see it in a different light. If it were overseas or people who are enlightened, you know, the parties can go their ways, and yet the man can even ask the woman take care of the children while I make provision for their welfare. Yeah, but sometimes the men use it as an ego, you know, to show the woman, I will deal with you, I can take away those children. Because from the way you are seeing the woman cry, she has emotional bonding with her children. You know, it's really painful. And this man may take the children and will not really take care of them. Because, you know, we women, we can give our lives for our children. So it's very sad, really sad. And I hope that she will not take long to come back. It depends on, I don't know whether she has a source of livelihood, and why she's saying she will go and come back.
You know, that's part of what I also want to discuss with you, because this video is actually, this is a celebrity. Her husband is popularly known, Harry Song, and they've been separated for about 2 years now. Now, initially, she had custody of the children, and now we see that following the petition or whatever it is that Harry Song wrote against her, the custody is being reverted back to him. And she also said some things about him not allowing her to live, coming to her house unannounced. You know, she mentioned a lot of things that have been going on. So I'd like to know, do you see any loopholes in this thing or something? Do you see anything, you know, going wrong?
I was going to say that in terms of him harassing her on daily basis for 3 years, not allowing her, who the hell does he think he is? He doesn't have such rights. if actually it was a court that gave her the right, the custody of those children, I think she should have gone back to the court. Whatever the man must have brought against her, I don't think, except there are serious allegations on in terms of her character, which does not suit the best interest of the children, then that is only when this thing can happen. But harassing her on daily basis is not permissible. It's not acceptable in any form. The man has no such right to harass her. Since the court has given her that custody, he should maintain access. And then the woman maintains custody. And he should leave anything in terms of harassing her in her workplace. Unfortunately, these things happen to people who don't, I don't know, this young girl. We report it to the police. Obviously, maybe he has more money than the young girl. I don't know her, but maybe he has more money. He threatens them, and wherever he goes, he tries to sort it out with money. And some persons, corruption in Nigeria, I say it boldly, because you can't see a case like this, and the court of law, a competent court of law, has given a decision for a woman to have custody over the child, and you are coming harassing her. Who are you? The court should take her up. The force should take her up. Unfortunately, I don't know where they report these cases to, because I know I work with area command there. Such things are not allowed. Once you do that, they pick you up and lock you up. You don't harass anybody. So long as the court has given her that custody, you permit her. You just provide for the children, the welfare of the children. And the court would have given them a way to how he will be providing for this custody. Whether he will be bringing it to the court or however they will be doing it, to avoid all this conflict between them. So I don't think the man is irresponsible to be going back to her, harassing her. What for? The marriage is no longer on. Why are you harassing her? There are 1,001 women out there. If she's not doing the things right, taking care of, that's when you can go back to the court and say she's not doing the things. I found this, I found that. And unfortunately, we didn't see what's on the paper that she's holding. If we had seen what's on the paper, we know, had there been serious allegations or just mere hearsay.
The details of that paper has not been released to the public yet, so no one actually knows what is inside in the paper written there. Yeah. But then we see a lot of people be wondering, why would she be waiting for the future to come back? Just like you said, I mean, if she has been given custody of the children in the first place, why is she not going there immediately?
If she has been given custody of the children by the court, a competent court of jurisdiction, I don't see her waiting and saying she's coming back for her children. I really don't. Most times, I don't want to say that most men are irresponsible, but I don't really see a man taking care of a 3-year-old child. What will happen to your business? You hire a nanny to know. Of course, we know what most of these nannies do these days. Nobody can take care of a child better than the mother. So I don't understand why the young man is struggling to take a 3-year-old child from the mother. The girl looks healthy. If it's in terms of, and I believe she's a celebrity, she has money. She's not lacking in terms of provision for the children. And I see that she has a bonding, emotional bonding with her children. So why would the court now deny her custody of her children? We need to get into that paper and know what's in the paper.
Right. Now, looking at, we've spoken about how mothers can take care of their children, but do you also think that there are situations where fathers can do a better job?
Of course. I've had cases like that. I don't want to, because I fight the cause of women, I really don't want to say much, but I advise women sometimes to be cautious of what they do, because these days, most women go overboard, They go overboard. They think that a separation in marriage means finding another love and misbehaving before their children. One of the cases I had last week, a 13-year-old girl was just analyzing how her mother was relating with this horrible man that she took them and ran to. And they see everything. Nothing is hidden. How her mother goes to take her bath with the man in the same bathroom, and this 13, if you see how bold this girl was when she was talking to me, for 1 hour plus I was having a conversation with this young girl, and then what do you expect of that girl when she comes up? Fortunately for us and for my organization, and thank God for the area command again, MMA, and even the area command here, area command MNA, we were able to withdraw the children from her. But the case is still ongoing, because I want to understand from the mother, why would you take that part? She denied it anyway, but for the young daughter, because I asked them to bring the young daughter I want to interview, they didn't know I was meant to interview the young daughter. She came unannounced, and after interviewing the young daughter, it was my head went off, you know. And so when the mother came, I didn't want to really talk much. I told her to go until the husband comes. Both of you will have to sit together, and then we will deal with this. So most times, women, I deal with them. It's over a decade I've been handling issues of women. Women, we need to watch it. We need to watch finding love afresh, as they call it, is not losing your mind and forgetting your responsibilities over your children, because that can take away those children away from you. You know, so I think that men, there are some of them come to the office pretending that they will be able to take care of the children. One pretended and said he will take care of the children. Now we got, because most times when we take the children away from them, from the mother, if the mother is irresponsible, and we hand over to the father, if the father proves to be more responsible than the mother, we will monitor. So we are monitoring the man. He didn't know we are monitoring him, only to find out that he took the children to his second wife. It was in the interview with the wife that we found out that he has a second wife. He didn't mention that to us. So he took those children to the second wife now to care for them. And this man is not always available because of his job. So you can imagine what will be happening to those children with the second wife. So we're still on the case, and God helping us, we will do justice to it.
Of course. Now let's look at the implications. I mean, we've talked about mothers and fathers and children, but what would you say is the general implication of this idea of shared parenting or custody, both for the parents and also for the children?
Emotional. Basically, the children, when parents are together living in love and peace and things are going on, the children are growing up, the children love to see their parents together. So when these things happen, it gets on the emotions of these children. It affects their growing up. It affects even their education. Some of them go to school and you hear reports. They come back to the office reporting to us that the teacher said she no longer writes in the class. He no longer does this. He no longer does that. You know, she doesn't involve herself with other children anymore. She's only on her own. She has withdrawn. You know, some of these things. And even it could affect the child. Sometimes, if the custody is with the father, there are things that she cannot share with her father. And there are things that most times men don't notice so many things. She may come to school behaving in such a way. It will be the mother that will look at her and say, this thing you are doing today, I don't understand. And one or two things she will spill whatever that it is, and the mother will be able to guide her. Most times men, until it's late. You understand? So it's a lot, both physically, emotionally, psychologically. You know, it affects the children. And then on the parents, like one of the cases we had, the man said his BP has tripled. He's begging his wife to come back, and the wife is saying, I'm not coming back. And then it's just over flimsy, very little issue that could just be handled. You know, he says, I'm not coming back, I'm done with the marriage. And then most times my head will just go off. It will even get to the extent of screaming and asking them, why do you think God instituted? Do you think that marriage is all that rosy? It's not all that rosy. Even me, as a lawyer that you see here, I see my own challenges at home. We all face challenges. These are the stories you tell your children when they are coming up. It's not all that rosy. That's why you're a woman. That's why the Bible is telling us in Proverbs 31, woman, he who has found a wife. Did God ever say he who has found a man? He never said he who has found a man. He said he who has found a wife. That is the responsibility he has given on us as women. He who has found a wife has found a good thing. And because of that, you have to try to remain to be that good thing. You don't have a choice. You don't have a choice, really. But when it comes to battery, that's where I say it's a no. But if it's over flimsy arguments, little things that might be settled, I don't think that all this issue of separating children and separating marriages should come up.
Do you see issues where children, maybe older children, have a preference for who they want to stay with as opposed to the other person, even when that parent does not have the capability of handling
Of course, it happens.
So how does that situation become?
It happens, and the law gives that kind of what do I call it? The law gives that as a right. If a child decides, yes, I want to stay with my mother, yes, that's right. The child can take that decision, because at this point, but the law will also look at what is the best interest of this child. At this point, this child is saying, I want to be with my mother. Is it because her mother leaves her to be free to live her life? Is it because her mother, the law will really have to look at it and consider what is best. But normally, the child may be allowed to stay with her, whoever parents decided to stay with.
But sometimes children can be a bit not decisive. So sometimes they might want to move from here
to there.
Yeah. The court also give room for such movements from one place to another.
That's what I'm saying, that the court will now consider what is the best interest of this child. But that is the best principle in handling issues that concern children. What is paramount here is the child. By the time the court puts one or two questions across to the child, the court will be able to take a decision whether that child knows actually what he or she is saying, or just saying it. Maybe the mother told her, if you stay with me, I'll be buying ice cream for you every day. And maybe the father is the strict one who wants her to study her books and not go outside the compound and this and that. So the court will take a decision and know whether, but this is permitted if the child wants to stay with any parents.
So finally, what is that one thing that you would say to parents who are currently having custody issues, or issues in their marriage that could lead to custody or shared parenting?
It's really a tough one, and it hurts me. Recently, if we have 10 cases or 12 cases in the office, we have like 8 of them women saying, I do not want to marry again. Lawyer, divorce me. And you keep pleading and trying to find out, husbands, why do you beat your wives? That is the worst you can do to a woman. Why do you beat your wife? Because can play an Igbo and I call no as husband and wife. We can exchange our decision. And when we're exchanging that, try to understand my side of the story. And let the man also understand, if the heat gets hot, please step out. You mustn't beat. You must not beat your wife. Wife, you must not go to your husband and say, you must beat me today. He's a man. He will show that he's man power. Let us have an understanding. It's too much. Really, it's too much. Every day that I open my office, there's no day you will not see 2-3 cases of women coming to say, I'm tired of my husband. I don't want to marry again. Please, women, I urge us to be patient for the sake of our children. But husbands, you must not beat your wives. You mustn't. Come and report. Before that, we said that we have offices for women. Does not men come to report these days? So we fight for men too. So please come and report what a woman is doing to you. And let me share, I don't know at the time, we had a case of a husband and a wife. The only issue that they wanted to separate was because the man was using the blue sponge. The woman said she has 3 sponges in, how do I even say it, in her home. The yellow one, the red one, and the blue one. The yellow one is for washing oil. The blue one is for washing teacups, things that does not have oil, and the red one is for washing plates. And the man, instead of using the yellow one, he uses the red one. And she says when the man goes to the fridge to take whatever soup or whatever, he puts things on the floor and then he will not return it. That she's tired of the marriage. What kind of marriage? He will not allow me to arrange, and he's using the wrong things and teaching the children the wrong things. However, the man didn't even know what was going on. When the woman reported, he came and the man, when we called him, he said, Madam, when am I coming? He came and said, when the woman was talking, he said, my dear, is that what the honey? The man, don't call me honey, I'm not your honey. After a while, we pleaded and both of them reconciled. I told Oga, please start washing with the green sponge. Then I told her, Madam, do you know? Let me use me and myself as an example. My own husband does not even wash. I wash it. So you have a man Who even uses the green sponge to wash for you? You are complaining. And that was what resolved the matter. They went home happily. So this thing sometimes is just very small issues. And you know, like I will say as a Christian, the devil is targeting marriages these days. So we must be very careful. Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this program. I really enjoyed and got a lot of insights from you. Thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, we'll go on a break and we'll be back shortly.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you don't see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
As we've heard, shared parenting and custody are not just about legal arrangements. They reflect deeper questions about responsibility and how we value care. Now, there are no simple answers, but what is clear is that conversations like this matter. Now, when we challenge these assumptions, we listen to experiences and ground our discussions on evidence, we can move closer to outcomes that better serve parents and, most importantly, children. Thank you for joining us for this conversation and for being a part of the program. Remember to follow us on all our social media platforms. We're live on SLTV channel 265. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and see you next week.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you don't see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
At other options, but God has not.
You are welcome to television, Signature Television Unscripted, your usual exciting program. Today we are going to discuss critical national issues that has taken place in our country, Nigeria, in the past 1 week or so. With me in the studio to examine, analyze, and give some kind of proffer some kind of solutions to the problems of that we are facing today. Mr. Christian Madu. Mr. Madu, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martin Ali. Mr. Ali was not available last week. We thank God that today he has joined us.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Mr. Martin, how is your health now?
Very well. I'm better now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
God
concern.
We that you are able to make it today.
Thank you.
We are in the month of June. Few days or so, I was saying Happy New Month to some of my friends. I don't know, Mr. Madoka, whether I did say Happy New Month to you.
No, you missed me, when you were selecting who to. It was Nigerian money, you would have missed me.
So I'm sorry for that. But the issue is that, you see, the time is flying. Time is flying. And this is the 6th month of the year. The year is
the half time.
And before you know it, will be in July. And why am I talking about the fleeting times? And it's because, I mean, in January, there was this optimism, there was this zeal, there was this hope that in the middle of the year, things will get better. And by the end of 2025, for instance, the level of insecurity in our land would have reduced. The level of hunger would have reduced. And, the Naira would have taken its rightful place in, in the economy. Petrol price would have come down. Prices of food would have come down. But 6 months on the line, and these things are not happening, especially insecurity. And you know what, that when there is no peace, there will be no development. And, so, gentlemen, let's look at, the, lingering insecurity problem in Benue State and Nigeria as a whole. On the 14th of June this year, about 200 people were massacred in cold blood in Yewata community of Benue State. Today we have tears, we have blood, we have sorrow in that community. And it appears, our hopes of getting it right, security-wise, has been dashed. The insecurity continues to increase by the day. A few days back, President Bola Tinubu was in Benue State to see things for himself, to commiserate with the victims of the water massacre of June 14. And you must have listened to the president. I did also listen to him. And one of the things he did say during the town hall meeting in Makurdi, he called the Inspector General of Police and said, how come nobody has been arrested, since over the killings in Benue State? Of course, you did see the Inspector General of Police, there. He just rose up and saluted Mr. President. And he also asked the Chief of Army Staff, I told the Chief of Army Staff, look, get those guys out. Get those criminals out. And one begins to think, for the president to come there and ask the Inspector General of Police, how come is it that the president didn't have any intelligence before coming to the fact that no arrest was made? I had thought that the IGP would have been reprimanded before, in fact, not just reprimanded, but removed, since that is the mindset of the president. I said, how come no arrest has been made? Mr. Madoka, I want to come to you. A huge killing, massacre of this nature took place. And of course, that's not the first time that people will be massacred in Benue, the food basket of Nigeria, the land flowing with milk and honey, so to say. So, what do you make out of the president's, visit to Benue State? His remark to the Inspector General of Police, what he said to the Chief of Army Staff? What do you make out of it?
Thank you, Chief Ubani. you have loaded this. You made statements, and we're going to wonder where I've actually analyzed the Benue killings and the presidential visit in so many other platforms. But since it cropped up again in the Signature Unscripted, I want to also say that we seem not to. There's something Nigerians are not being told. What is happening in Benue, from all indications, is no more farmer-herders clash. And whether the president was given intelligence report before his visit and all, it could be given. You know, there's something you must tell a woman before you take her to bed. Yeah. What they are telling us, what the president is telling us is that we know that he's the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He gets from the top where he operates. There are so many things he sees we do not see. So for him to come to Benue, it was purely political. Because the same president has the power to tell the Egbotoku and said, look at it, Mr. Egbotoku, before I land in Benue, I want at least to hear that some people have been arrested, whether they are alleged or let me get to see some people are here. And he can call Christopher, the CDS, like he shouted his name on the political when he was addressing the stakeholder, and said, Christopher, before I say Makodi, I want evidences. That's how the commander-in-chief talk. You don't have the commander-in-chief who goes to talk to people who have lost so many number of people within short time, and then this is where I look and say, hey, Chief Michael Mani, why is it that you are on signature unscripted today? Martin, what is happening? Who invited you? Then I must be like playing on the minds of the people. These are the level. Let's not go about it. It was good he came to Benue. It was not good, the situation that brought him in Benue. But you could even see that the people that were trying to receive him were still trying to sound political correct. Turned the event into a jamboree. Because I've always used this proverb, when you carry the corpse of another man, it will always look like you are carrying a log of wood. Those ones alive are reporting it. I hope, and I wished they were in Yewata. I wish that the governor was from Yewata. I wish that all his commissioners are from, some of them are from there. I wish that the members of the House of the Assembly of Benue State were from there. It would have been different. Even the president got to Benue State, he couldn't go to Yewata because we were told that Yewata was flooded. And there's no presidential jet that will fly him over to take aerial view. So that you convince yourself, he's still dealing with the third or second class report of what happened in Yewata, why he was in Benue State. And the Benue, for the level of massacre that went in Benue, the president could only visit few minutes, had a chat and talk, and then enter a flight and back, and then moved on his originally planned trip to Kaduna. That's my comment.
Mr. Martin, we were told that the president was unable to visit Yewata, the scene of the massacre, and because the whole place was flooded. You did, allude to that when you were making your point. Because the place was, the roads were bad, and the roads were flooded. Is that expected of a commander-in-chief, a president of over 200 million people? The president came to Makodi, to Benue State. We are not, in a civil war. I remember there was no day during the Nigeria-Biafra civil war when 200 people were killed, in one day. I mean,
okay.
Could the excuse the president gave is this reasonable?
Okay, thank you, Chivubani. It's a pleasure. Thank you for. So, by way of weighing in, on the insecurity issue, and then the current massacre in Benue, Yewata local government or area of one of the local governments in Benue, which the president visited last time with a full entourage of security apparata, over there. So I want to start by, I was listening to one of the East African former vice president. I think his name is Professor Zulumba or Mulumba. He normally visits Nigeria, especially during Democracy Day. He was there. So I want to start by, first of all, commiserating with the people of Benue State, commiserating with people of Nigeria for the repeated loss, of human lives, which has become normal, and then nobody even takes it serious anymore. But that's unfortunate, because we neither create lives, so we shouldn't take lives. Then I want to, going back to Professor Mulumba, in quoting him the other day, he talks about kakistocracy. And he said kakistocracy is the government, a government whereby the worst of the people lead the people. And he talks about kleptomocracy, which is the government where the thieves are in control. So that is, by the way, it is left for us to look at ourselves and then assess his postulations. So what I want to say is this. It was nice the president visited Benue, but it was not nice. The optics were not nice, for us to see a kind of political jamboree where people are supposed to be mourning, where the president is supposed to be the chief mourner, where the people are supposed to be comforted, empathized with, commiserated with, comforted in such a way that they will begin to at least come to reality with the fact that their loved ones were dead. But then we saw a gathering made up of top brass, military, police, and security men, then asking questions that should have been asked before the visit, just like you talked about. The man at the top, he should see more than every other person. He should get reports and know exactly what he was going to Benue to do. And to talk about the incessant killings in Benue. Mind you, Benue is the food basket of Nigeria and has one of the largest expanse of land, bordering Nasarawa, part of ENUGU, part of Kogi. So it is a place that the Fulanis enjoy, open grazing. And that was why former Governor Otom did something, then he was in the opposition. He tried to do something as a former PDP governor, with the APC at the center, Buhari. And then everybody felt, Buhari, the former president, was protecting his people. So the formation of an internal security arrangement, wasn't welcomed by the president. They didn't give it the support they gave to Amotekun. As we speak today, Amotekun is thriving, and they are complementing the security system in the southwest. So why can't we have that in the north central? And then why can't Benue also float such a security system to protect their people? And of course, that the constitution, the second part of it talks about the duty of government is welfare and security of the people. So why is it difficult for us to call a spade a spade? What is going on in Benue is unfortunate, and for anyone to refer to it as header farmer crisis is taking the people on a ride, because we know that these headsmen, they have an armed group stationed somewhere, being sponsored by the elites, being sponsored by high-placed persons in the society. Every day you hear, we will mention them, but nobody ends up mentioning anybody. But we know that these people have an armed group, and whenever there is any skirmish, they have any skirmish, or you kill any of their cow with any of the community, instead of going and settling the matter as header farmer crisis, they report the matter to the armed group, and the group will prepare, come and get intelligence, about the community or the village, and then launch a mindless killing and killing spree of the people. And this has gone on, and nobody's pointing at that. The most you hear is, oh, they are foreign terrorist organization invading our land. Oh, the CDS said the other day, the chief of army said, oh, we need to put walls on our borders, like Mexico, US, and other people are doing. But the point remains, why can't the president never mention that we're going to flush these terrorists out? Rather, he was busy, panding to the matter. Oh, it is head of farmer crisis. We're going to set up a committee of former governors, former this. Oh, in fact, before he said, he called the governor, Aliak. He said, go and reconcile with your political enemies. As if the political enemies were the ones sponsoring AK-47 armed men to invade the community and in one full swing massacre 200 and something. And then the nation moves on as if nothing has happened. So it's a tragedy of a nation. And then, like Chinua Achebe said, he said that, I quote, there was once a nation. It looks as if there was once Nigeria where everybody was one and then people live together, whether Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Urobo, and all. But it looks as today everybody is walking towards their region, walking towards their state, not minding the other ethnic nationalities.
I want to point out that the president during that visit did ask the chief of army staff to take out these criminals. And and asked the Inspector General of Police, why
are there no people arrested?
Nobody has been arrested. What does it tell of our security?
That's fine. Let me wait.
Because this massacre in Yewata, a community in Guma local government area of Benue State. I wasn't there, but I want to think that it took about 1 hour, 2 hours to invade that community, kill the number of people that they killed. This is just an underestimation. There may be more than 200 people killed.
This
is time. This is at this period, almost everybody has a cell phone. In every local government, there is a divisional police station.
Security system.
So you cannot say that Guma local government is devoid of policemen. So during this massacre, I don't know what happened really. Why no intelligence? Nobody took up a phone and called the army commander in that area, the police DPO, and the people did the thing and left. Nobody told us that we are chasing these people. We are chasing them. In a twinkle of an eye, we'll get them. So
look at the point.
Don't you think that there's something?
There is compromise. Yes, I agree with you. There's compromise in our security system. That is why if there's a robbery going on here, and then you call the policemen, they will tell you they are coming. It has happened to me last year, somewhere around ENUGU here. There was a conflict between a husband and a wife, and the husband wanted to kill the wife, but we called the policemen to come and intervene, and they said we needed to come over and provide fuel to enable them transport themselves to the place. And when eventually we got the fuel, I don't know, they didn't do anything. If not for the intervention of vigilante people around, maybe the man would have killed the wife. And then we have security. So what are we trying to say? What is going on in Nigeria today is that the security system seems compromised. Even like you pointed out, there is no way the vigilante men in Yewata would not have called the divisional police officer. But the man would tell him that they are helpless, that there's nothing they could do, or possibly ask for money to enable them transport themselves to the place. But I want to say, I love what Totiv stated when he was responding. Totiv told the president that this is not about head of farmer crisis, that this is about an armed group, a terrorist group, a bandit set who are hell-bent on destroying the people. And this has been happening over and over. So let them not come over there and begin to paint words as if, you know, nothing serious is happening. Talking about intelligence, it looks like Nigerians have become so, we are just waiting for things to happen and then we respond. Yeah. The terrorists that committed those atrocities, they had a pathway through which they escaped. And that pathway, there's no way you could just clean it overnight. Yeah. If they came with bikes, you could see it. Yeah. If they came with leg, you could see it. If they came with camel or sheep or cow, whatever, you could see it. Yeah. But nobody is doing anything. Even before the attack, there could be intelligence to tell the policemen say, we heard that these people are planning to attack us. But nobody will go and bust the crime before it occurs. Yeah. We're only taking, what is it called, what approach now? When things happen, then people reactionary. We are just being reactionary. So the point here is that Nigeria has relegated intelligence gathering to the background. Yeah. And that's why we are suffering the insecurity we are suffering in Nigeria. Yeah. Gone are the days when you are in a drinking joint and they'll tell you, be mindful of how you speak. The man you are speaking with could be a CID. Those days when we were younger, we had CID.
I'm just wondering
you know?
if the country is at war with a neighboring country, or other distant countries. Now that we have missiles that can travel 2,000 miles, like you have what is going on between Iran and Israel. When you can stay in Israel and launch a missile and it will land in Iran. I'm just wondering what Nigeria would have been. I mean, if we are at war with a neighboring country, and we are also faced with this internal insecurity, which we are not. It seems we are not able to, combat. Mr. Matka, do you think there is a political undertone in all the?
It's not just political undertone. In my place, they say, if you are going to plant seed and you have squirrel in your bag, you are planting emptiness. Martin, my brother, said something about compromise. Compromise. I don't know how you speak language. I don't know when Nigeria becomes, you get confused whether it's compromise or compromise. What I mean, there's compro in the midst, and we missed it somewhere. We missed it somewhere that we have squirrel in our bags and we're planting seeds. That is the problem. They quoted Abacha once. And they said the man they asked him about conflict, crisis, he said, if there is insecurity in the country and it lasts more than 24 hours, that the government is aware. In this case, it's lasted since 2012 or so. See how many years of insecurity? More than 2 decades. Or over a decade, and whatever it is, we know that the government is aware. So there's insecurity, so government is aware. It's more than 24 hours. Now, what government is doing, and the people that are using to do it, may be the problem. We have had issues of unrepentant working with security. Now, this is the time we tell you that everything about this country has become confused. We are talking about army, police, DSS, civil defense, special squad, Nigerian Air Force, and all that. Special squads everywhere created. But we are mentioning vigilante groups among them, meaning that the hunters has become the hunted. Meaning that the government is overwhelmed. And if they come all out to admit it, then everybody will put heads together. That is if the same government have been commanding trust of the people before now. Because if they have been commanding trust, anything they tell the people will take. Now, the government speaks, people doubt. But when non-government actors speak, people obey. A situation is in Nigeria. Some people have been calling for sit at home, sit at home. You come out today, we kill you. And they're making good their threats. And people have sat at home up to today. They're still in some areas of Nigeria. Certain days is no go out. When the governors tried to stop them, they failed. That will tell you of the new normal we find ourselves. The new normal is that we have squirrels in our bags where we are planting corn. Two is that a shift has happened in the government has lost trust of the people.
Yeah.
So a lot of confusion.
Yeah, but it bothers me. One thing we must, understand is that Benue State is an APC-controlled state. The federal government is, it's the same APC. If Benue State were to be controlled by the PDP, one would have said, oh, the government is not doing what it's supposed to do because, Benue State is controlled by an opposition party. But here we have one party at the center and the same party controlling Benue State. What do you make out of?
I drive home the point.
Make out of this inability of the center.
That's why I want to ask.
The failure of the center to establish peace
in
Benue State.
The former president of Nigeria comes from Katsina State. If the security people will tell us the truth, some part of Katsina State is not under the control of Nigerian government. Katsina State, as we are talking about, is one of the highest people who have suffered incidences of bandits. But the former president Muhammad Buhari, is a strong man, a major general, a retired major general in the army. From that place, being a president of Nigeria for the second time, and he stayed 8 years, and still his community, immediate community, suffer bandits and attack. The thing has gone beyond. After all, the president of the nation is from southwest Nigeria. Why do we have Amotekus and the things they are fighting in some states in southwest where Amoteku is strong? It's not, you don't hear of Amoteku in Lagos. You don't hear of Amoteku in Ibadan. We only hear of Osun State and some probably Ogun State and down whether they are there. But we still find insurgents of this. We have heard of attacks of this terror and banditry inside mosques. They have attacked mosques, they have attacked. We have a common enemy. Let us not politically patronize them or put them in a pond of tribes and religion. And this is part of the thing that is that has become a problem on Nigeria. It's like a wound. That the cancer that is destroying and putrefying and Nigeria is going. Because everybody wants to know if it happened. For instance, it happened now. Some people will say, but Benue is APC state. Benue might be ruled by APC governor, but there are over 5 million people, and some of them are members of APUGA. Some of them are members of PDP. Some of them are members of the same parties that have not, even the ones that have been newly registered. So Nigerian security system is a common problem for everyone. If we don't see it that way, because they don't, the only thing, the people that are fighting or people who are sponsoring this are not, it's not a party issue. Because if it's party issue, they go to their congresses and settle it, and they start fighting and blowing. You are sponsoring insecurity in my place. Okay, if it's that the case, that means they know. But I am not ruling out what you said totally. When the president went to Benue and said, Alea, go and settle problem with their political enemies, maybe, like I said, there's something president or they know that we don't know.
Yeah, it's important to note that one organization, the National Association of Nigerian Students, has called on the president to declare a state of emergency in Benue State. Apparently, my reading is that the people in Abuja, they don't like the face of the governor. Because when you declare a state of emergency in Benue State, you remove the governor, appoint a sole administrator. That's why I'm asking, that's why I asked this question, whether you think that it doesn't have, what is happening in Benue State doesn't have political undertone. Do you see the president dancing to the tune of those asking that a state of emergency be declared in Benue State?
If he visits Benue State and tell Allah, go and settle your political enemies, and then that means if you do that, what first River State will not face you. But that will tell you that even in the handling of the situation, that the politics cannot be totally removed. Because some Nigerians have said, where the president of Nigeria is supposed to have declared emergency, he left it and went to declare. Now, whether they're saying the president left the ECG Bazunani, I don't know. You know, you leave the substance and pursuing shadow. Because the security situation in Plateau, Benue, Castina, some of those Nasarawa, and those who have desired a look, or even from National Assembly, even calling on the president. But then, if we are still looking at whose ox is God and the common people are being killed, the people in Abuja who might not like state of emergency, or even the people in House of Assembly or the governors, they are not the people who killed in your water. And they are not the people, because there are people being killed in so many communities in Benue before the water mega killing. They are cocooned in government secured places in Abuja and in Makodi. But the ones who will suffer will still suffer. So that will tell you the mind of our politicians. So they play politics with this kind of thing, because there is nothing Nigerian politicians can do. They can still play politics further with it. But only God will judge.
Yeah, insecurity has become a contagious issue. You know, we are discussing Benue State, insecurity in Benue State, and insecurity is not limited to Benue State. Just the other day, I mean, there was an attack by a headsman against the community in Taraba State. We also know that we are hearing about attacks by those suspected to be Fulani headsmen in our backyard, Hamufu and Ozowane. And that's why I said insecurity is contagious. It
is contagious everywhere.
You know, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
And coming back home, there was something the governor set up, Mr. Martin.
Forest Guard. You restructure the Forest Guard. ENUGU
So
State,
how do you think this outfit will assist or contribute to reducing the level of insecurity, the level of killings in these two places, Ozowade and Amufu, and other areas in the state?
Okay, well, the governor is doing well by restructuring the Forest Guard, you know, appointing a colonel to head it, and I think another high-ranking officer or so. You know, I think two of them were appointed. One is a colonel and the other, I think, Forest Guard and the other one. So the point here is this. The governor is doing everything possible to secure ENUGU, which should be applauded, which should be welcomed by all right-thinking persons, so that we can have investors come over and feel free to do their business. Apart from Fulani terrorist headers, killers, there are other forms of insecurity that is bedeviling us, which is actually impacting negatively on economic activities, and that is kidnapping. So, and these kidnappers take out persons from the town and keep them in the bushes. So why the governor has set up the street cameras, road cameras everywhere, with a command and control center, with DRS vehicles everywhere to monitor the city and get all the information, track criminals. Wonderful. It's also good to enter into the bushes and have people who control the bushes. So time should be done away with when non-state actors take over our bushes and run the bushes the way they like. I have a wide-ranging bush in my area in ENUGU Mako, you know, stretching up to Anambra and up to Oji River. But the point here is that the government in recent time have been, you know, coming to the area to take out terrorists and bandits, but without us knowing, though with the help of some insiders, you know, who keep kidnapped persons in the places. And recently, they've been coming around there each time. Before you know it, helicopters will come, some people will be on ground, some arrests will be made. You know, the point here is this: it's good to have a functional forest guard Okay. Instead of the political forest guard that we had last time, where some persons are working in some offices and earning salary as forest guard for Udi, Omabi, forest guard for Nekuno, Isuzo, when they are not actually there. Okay. And when they don't have information, they don't know what goes on in the forest, there is no one to supervise them and all that. So it's good. The governor is restructuring, because that is the only way we can have safe ENUGU state. Okay. And then, since Nigeria is going back to regionalism, let other states also emulate whatever good any other state is doing and have it harmonized within the area, so that you have a situation whereby you can comfortably say Southeast is reasonably secure for businesses. So people who come for business in ENUGU can travel to Anambra, they can travel to Imo without any issue. They can travel to Umuahia and back to Abakaliki and all that. So governors should emulate what any good thing any other governor is doing and try to replicate such in their state. It's not a sign of weakness, but rather is a sign of strength. By peer review mechanism, you are learning and unlearning, and then ensuring that your state is stable and safe.
We are safe. Our safety is guaranteed in the good state.
Yeah, Governor Peter Mbah is doing well.
I do hope that other state governors will emulate what Governor Mbah is doing in ENUGU in terms of securing the lives and property of the people. Well, that brings us to the issue of state police, Mr. Madoka. Don't you think the time is ripe for us to have a state police? And in the past, some people had expressed fear that if state police established, the governors will, the police commissioner or the head of the police in that state will be at the beck and call of the governor. Don't you think, with the increasing rate of insecurity in our land, because like I said, security is a precursor to development. Without, peace is a precursor to development. Without peace, there will be no development. Without peace, we will not be where we are today. Okay? So, what do you think about the need for state police?
What I think about state police is that it's high time that we use what happened in recent past as an inspiration and motivation to begin to talk strongly about state police. Let me give you an instance. In another platform, I've said there are people who are members of National Assembly from Yerwata. They have link. I think Yerwata is under constituency, federal, state, or whatever. So we have senator, we have federal House of Assembly, we have national state assemblies, we have federal reps representing them. Will they go back to Abuja and keep silent when national issue of state police will be discussed? Because our concern is that last time state police issue came up on National Assembly, we got the report that National Assembly said it is KIV, keep in view, indefinitely. With these security issues we are hearing about Ihamufu in a nearby place, we have senators and State House of Assembly, we have federal reps who are from Ihamufu. With the one happened in Nibo earlier and happened recently again was subdued. With the one that's happened in Anambra, there's a town in Nibo in Anambra near Nimo. There are issues that are cropped up there. Everybody, the government, of course, the state is looking for November governor election. Nobody is reporting that. With these issues that have been cropping up every day, what better time? Why are we as Nigerians tell ourselves lies? In Abia, yesterday, I saw a very report of recruitment of young, before the president said, from before police, vigilante and what they call it, forest guards. Abia State has taken the lead. Thousands of able-bodied, qualified youth have already assembled. I saw the hall, then we are recruiting them. Why are we running state police incognito? It was my father-in-law that used that word, incognito. And I said, Father, what does it mean? He said, you are going to come under the back door. Nobody will know you come. We are running Amoteku. What better state police can be?
It's a form of state police.
ESN. What security better? Ebubagu. What is it? Secondly, then is just state police in disguise. Why are we not accepting it? Who is controlling? I saw the governor of Osun State, Adeleke, when he quitted, taking salute, doing mountain guard of honor for Amoteko. That is, it's totally a military affair. If he gives command as the chief security officer, won't the Amoteko obey? So we cannot use, because of annoyance, go throw baby away with the bad water. If the advantages of state police is at weighing what a corrupt or deranged governor can do with it, and the whole Nigerians will watch it, and that's why we sit by, because of fear of unknown, and leave what the issue have told us, then we are missing it.
Yeah.
Are the issues on the ground not enough to tell Nigerians, consider strongly the issue of what you've been finding out? You have find a good link between it and the federal police, and they have a good oversight function, so that there can still be some checkmating. I don't know why we're still waiting for, because nobody is even safe now. Even the ones you call chief security officers have argued somewhere that the governor cannot give order to the commissioner of police in his state, and he will act immediately without getting a back office instruction from the IGP.
That's what
so some of them are not even chief security officers.
Yeah, they are not.
They are not.
Yeah,
so why are they living in borrowed loans instead of now? Let my dog and your own Michael.
You are not looking at the issue of
that is minor now.
The governors.
Nothing in this life.
State police to prop up their political.
What has the sitting governors? What have they not done? Sitting there, what have they not done?
What have they not done?
So why are you, because of notice, you know, that's why I'm saying
Chifubane. Yes, Chifubane. You know, by way of weighing in on this state police issue, it's long overdue. We've overflogged it. Let there be state police.
Okay.
Yes, let there be state police. I'm an advocate of having state police. I'm an advocate of state policing system whereby the governors can decide on their own, because they are the appointer. They will decide. He who pays the piper, they say, dictate the tune. So they will decide which area should give priority attention, which areas should it be Nibo in issues one, or should it be Ikem, Hamufu in issues, and decide should it be Ziago, Aniri, should it be Ogwa anyway. So instead of when the governor gives directive to the commissioner of police steps it down and waits for approval of the IG, who is the appointer. So talking about duplicity of institutions, it's just state policing is one of the duplication of institutions. Before now, we had police running the internal security of the country, doing customs, doing immigration, doing armed robbery check, doing arms check, and doing anti-kidnapping, anti-robbery. You have them SARS everywhere, all manner of names. And then we have the army focused on external attack on the nation and then protecting integrity, national integrity. But today, we have multiplicity of institutions. If you go to our MDAs, you have all manner of commissions, all manner of agencies. Recently, the current President Tinubu, said he was going to downsize, he was going to merge, he was going to scrap. But what would we see today? Rather, a further creation of new ones. They have not been able to merge. And what is the reason? Politics. Politics is behind the underdevelopment that we're having. I don't even think we are still a developing nation. Yeah. We are rather underdeveloping, because what gains we made in the 80s, we are way back now from those gains. Where are the rail lines? Where are the agric settlements? Where are the industrial hubs? Where are the M&A industrial hubs? Where are they? They've all gone because of politics. Yeah. What we see today is, once you become a governor, you own the best hotel in town. Once you become a senator, and then before your tenure is gone, you own the best hotels, which actually people don't get any skills from. They've abandoned the palm plantation, they've abandoned the sunrise flour mill, they've abandoned. Thank God the governor of ENUGU State, Governor Mba, is trying to reactivate some. And then Governor Oti of Abia is also doing same. So what are we trying to say? duplication of ministries, institutions, organizations, just like the police, will not help us until we are focused on the essence why they are created. Until we have the political will, which is the rhetoric of commitment of leaders to doing the right thing. Until our leaders decide to do the right thing, we will never make any progress. Even when we have the state police, they will just be somewhere drinking and doing nothing. And then insecurity will still be getting out of hand.
Yeah, because
so let's do the right thing.
No, just quickly, let me quickly. Now, Nigeria is not as populous as it used to be when we used to have one organization manning everything. So this duplicity will come because Nigeria is expanding in population. So if the population has increased to the point that the central police cannot handle us now, let us have the state police and go. But looking at the substance.
Yes, gentlemen.
Stay on the purpose, the object of the creation. That's my concern.
My controller is giving me signal
that the time is off.
The time is off, but we cannot leave without looking at the creation of, the formation of a new political party, ADA, all
Democratic
Alliance, and they have just submitted,
proposal.
Request to be registered as a political party, but we may not have time to discuss all that. But what is important is that politics has taken over, the nation. And that's why insecurity has been put on the because of politics. We no longer have the willpower to pursue to ensure that Nigeria is secure for investors to come in. Nigeria is secure for development to go on. I hope we'll be able to discuss the issue of the formation of the coalition among political parties and the formation of new political parties and how it's going to change the political firmament. Gentlemen, it's a pleasure having you.
Okay.
I have a parting shot. There must be a parting shot.
Is it a parting shot? There's no time for parting shot. Do you have
anything you want to say? That
I just want to say that.
2 seconds. We don't have time.
I just want to say what David Easton said, and I quote. To know is to act, and to act is to engage in changing society. End of quote. There's no way we'll know a lot in Nigeria, and we do nothing about it. Okay. Where do you want to head with that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's nice having you in this edition. I hope that when we call you again, that you will be around. Gentlemen, our listeners, thank you for always hooking up to Signature Television, and we'll continue to do our job to make our country better. My name is Mike Obani. Gentlemen, thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Obani.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export.
we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives. New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observe
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, ADC leaders protest at INEC over democracy concerns. Dangote refinery slashes petrol price to 1,200 naira per litre. China probes malicious cyberbullying of teen diving champion Kwan. And Tehran celebrates as Iran, US agree to 2-week ceasefire. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Prominent members of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, have staged a protest in Abuja, marching to the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, over concerns about the state of Nigeria's democracy. Leading the Save Nigeria Democracy protest were top political figures, including former presidential candidates Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, alongside former governors Rotimi Amechi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, Rauf Aregbesola, and Aminu Tambuwal, as well as former Senate President David Mark. The protest withdrew hundreds of supporters and members of the Kwakwansia movement. So demonstrators marched through the streets of Abuja, carrying placards with inscriptions such as "Hands off our courts and judges must give justice." Protesters accused the electoral body of partisanship, alleging that INEC is working in favor of the ruling All Progressives Congress to undermine democratic processes. Addressing supporters during the march, leaders of the party described the protest as a peaceful effort to safeguard democracy and resist any move towards authoritarianism. They stressed the need to protect the integrity of the electoral system and ensure that elections remain credible, transparent, and fair.
We hope to achieve a lot. We just told INEC in plain language that we don't agree with the interpretation of the status quo ante bellum. It's as simple as that. That is not what the judgment is. They've interpreted it wrongly, and we want INEC to reverse herself, to honorably reverse herself.
Protesting for the future of Nigeria, democracy of Nigeria must work.
Power is in your hand, not in anybody's hand. If you allow them, they will continue. Don't forget when we were in APC, we chased PDP out. It's our time to chase away APC.
INEC has taken the wrong decision against our party. As it is now, given the pronouncement by INEC to stop dealing with us, to stop engaging with us, INEC has effectively left our party without leadership. We believe that it is wrong, it has put our party at disadvantage, and we are asking INEC to reverse itself and apologize to Nigerians.
Nigerians are fed up. We are tired. You cannot have 32 governors, have the whole judiciary, have the whole Senate, and you are still rejecting. If you are not a madman, you are a madman, we will cure you. This generation will cure this madness.
The protest comes amid an internal crisis within the ADC, following INEC's decision to de-recognize factions within the party's leadership. After a recent Court of Appeal judgment, development has deepened divisions within the party, with competing groups accusing one another of illegitimacy and political interference. ENUGU State Governor Peter Mba has called on Nigerian youths to remain grounded in faith, purpose, and patriotism despite prevailing socio-economic challenges. He made a call at a Joshua Generation International Youth Conference held at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, Enugu. Correspondent Chinemere Minkegbenam reports.
It was a convergence of faith, inspiration, and youthful energy as participants from across the world gathered under one roof for the Joshua Generation International Youth Conference with the theme, rooted in Christ. The event, organized by the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, brought together young people, clergy, and thought leaders committed to shaping a value-driven generation. Addressing the gathering, Governor Peter Mbah challenged youth to rise above current realities and build strong expectations anchored on their dreams and aspirations. He commended the church for its long-standing contribution to national development, particularly in education and healthcare, noting that its value of discipline, integrity, and service remains critical in nation building. The governor stressed that being rooted in Christ provides a solid foundation for navigating life's uncertainties without losing direction.
To be rooted is to have a center, to draw nourishment from something deeper than circumstance. It means that when the world shifts, and it will, you are not lost in it.
Governor Mbah described Nigeria as one of the youngest nations in the world, endowed with immense human capital and national resources. He, however, cautioned that unchanneled youthful energy could breed frustration and social instability. The governor urged youth to harness their talent productively and resist the growing Japa mentality, encouraging them instead to contribute meaningfully to Nigeria's development.
When you step out from this arena, you're stepping into an emerging ecosystem that wants your ideas, your passion, your intelligence. Your future is no longer confined to where you are. It is shaped by what you can do. And it challenges the belief that you must leave or Japan in order to succeed.
The governor further called on stakeholders, including government, parents, religious leaders, and educators, to work collaboratively in shaping the minds of young people. According to him, sustainable development depends largely on the creativity, innovation, and sense of purpose of the young generation. Highlights of the event included special prayers offered for the governor by Anglican bishops, as well as interactive sessions and fellowship activities. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
In a move aimed at easing the economic burden on small-scale traders, the Enugu State Governor Peter Mbah has ordered the immediate and indefinite suspension of daily toll collections from petty traders operating without lock-up shops across the state. The decision forms part of the administration's broader tax reform agenda, focused on promoting ease of doing business and supporting low-income earners. Correspondent Chinemere Mikemunam reports again.
For years, petty traders across markets in Enugu State have been subjected to daily levies, ranging from 100 to 200 naira. Relief has, however, come the way of these traders, as the state government has put an end to the charges, which some people have described as burdensome. At a stakeholders meeting on the harmonization of market revenue collection, organized by the Enugu State Internal Revenue Service at the Old Government Lodge, government officials declared such daily tolls illegal. Representing Governor Peter Mbah, the secretary to the state government, Professor Chidebere Onya, said the directive is in line with ongoing fiscal reforms targeted at reducing multiple taxation and improving the business climate in the state. He also announced the constitution of a task force to be coordinated by the Office of the Secretary to the State Government to enforce compliance across all markets.
Market toll refers to tolls that are collected from traders without lock-up shops anywhere in the state. This is those that pay 200 naira daily on the market. Those people that sit by the road without shops. Most of you have talked about it. Governor has directed that in line with the new tax laws meant to support the poor, those toll revenue collections is hereby suspended with immediate effect.
When the governor reads out his pronouncements, it becomes our duty to ensure that these pronouncements are adhered to.
While the suspension affects only petty traders without lock-up shops, authorities clarify that traders operating from lock-up shops will continue to pay their annual dues, which range from 30,000 to 36,000 naira. Stakeholders at the meeting, including the chairman of the State's Traditional Rulers Council, Igwe Samuel Asado, and market leaders, welcomed the policy, describing it as timely and responsive to the plight of grassroots traders.
Just to find a way to help the government find out a way. Now it's not about it. Because they wouldn't stop. I don't have to stop. Yes, they do change. And he was supposed to bring change to the grassroots. And that's what we're doing now.
Also speaking, the chairman of the Association of Local Government of Nigeria in the state, Okechukwu Ede, assured that council chairmen will ensure strict implementation of the directive across all local government areas.
I will equally charge my colleagues to go to our respective local governments and make sure that we ensure the directive of His Excellency is being maintained.
Analysts say the suspension of the daily levies could significantly reduce financial pressure on petty traders, stimulate informal sector growth, and strengthen the state's economic base. They note that the policy aligns with Governor Peter Mbah's wider reforms aimed at boosting internally generated revenue without overburdening the most vulnerable. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV.
The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has reduced the ex-Gandri price of petrol by 75 naira to 1,200 naira per litre following a recent surge in global oil prices. Latest adjustment comes shortly after the refinery increased petrol prices to about 1,275 naira per litre, citing volatility in international oil markets. Industry sources say the price reduction is driven by a sharp decline in global crude oil prices. Brent crude futures dropped to about $95 per barrel, while West Texas Intermediate crude also recorded a significant fall, easing production and supply costs. Experts attribute the downturn to easing geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, particularly a conditional ceasefire arrangement involving the United States and Iran, which has reduced concerns over supply disruptions. Fuel marketers and commuters have welcomed the development, expressing optimism that a reduction will help ease the impact of rising living costs. Energy analysts say the move could influence retail petrol prices nationwide, especially if the downward trend in crude oil prices is sustained. They also noted that despite increased domestic refining capacity, Nigeria's fuel pricing remains closely tied to global oil benchmarks. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says it's considering the recapitalization and restructuring of development finance institutions to address the financing challenges facing micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs. The Deputy Governor in charge of Economic Policy, Mohammed Abdullahi, made this known during a panel session at the launch of a Nigeria Development Update by the World Bank in Abuja. He explained that a recent review by the Apex Bank revealed that existing development finance institutions are too small to meet the credit needs of businesses. According to him, combined assets base of DFIs in Nigeria is just over 8 trillion naira, far below the more than 130 trillion naira required to adequately support MSMEs. Meanwhile, the federal government has announced plans to introduce a mass savings scheme aimed at reducing reliance on borrowing and boosting domestic investment. Minister of Finance Wale Edun said the initiative will enable Nigerians across income levels to save, invest, and earn returns while contributing to economic growth. He noted that alternative funding options, including domestic savings mobilization and equity participation, will play a greater role as the government seeks to attract private sector investment. Edun added that the move is part of broader fiscal reforms focused on improving revenue generation and strengthening expenditure management. If you live in the highbrow areas of Abuja, Lagos Island, Onitsha, or Ibadan, there is a slim chance that a luxury apartment which your company rented for you actually belongs to a senior officer at the Standards Organization of Nigeria, SON. The salary of such an officer may not be more than 500,000 naira per month. The Abuja, Lagos, Onitsha, or Ibadan property may have a value close to 1 billion naira. So, how do these SON officials come by these choice property? Correspondent Chimeze Zedema has been digging through the maze of corruption in the approval of product standards by the SON and a culture called settlement, and now reports.
Right at the peak of the Easter, Salah or Christmas rush, your car begins to sputter and eventually stops. You and your family are stranded in the middle of nowhere and are sitting targets for kidnappers. You manage to get a mechanic who simply tells you, "Why did you not use Tokumbo plugs?" Tokumbo is the used plugs brought in from US or Europe. It is the new plugs that cause your car to stop. Truly, he removes the brand new plugs you fix only a week before the journey, replaces them with the used plugs, and your car comes alive. So are fairly used plugs from Europe or US better than brand new Sun approved plugs?
Sun does not regulate used products. Our mandate only covers brand new products. So when it comes to used products and used spare parts, Sun does not regulate such products. I, for one, will not buy a Tokumbo part over a brand new part. And when I buy a brand new part, I check for basic marking information to guide me, to know that the person who is selling that part or who manufactured that part is traceable and is proud of his product. Once I don't see that information, I reject the part and I tell the mechanic or the spare part dealer, do you have another brand? I inspect it also. Is there a product registration number or logo? Is there a product registration number or logo? Is it properly marked? And I would like to say that the mechanics, like I said, are being clever by half, and the spare part dealers, because we have in Nigeria, we have what we call pantakers, where a car that was involved in an accident ends up in a pantaker in the junkyard, and then they disassemble it and sell the component bit by bit. And because of they want to quickly sell it, they tell you, this is direct, or this is direct, or buy. But you don't know how long, how much wear and tear that Tokumbo part you're buying has endured before you go and purchase it. For a brand new part, you are sure that it is brand new, you're the first user. So you have some guarantee from the manufacturer on the end of life and the lifespan. But for a Tokumbo part, it's something that someone just losing from a junkyard, even if it's in America or in Nigeria, and he never knows, you don't know how long.
The Standards Organization of Nigeria may defend the integrity of its approval process. The mechanics who recommend and fix the motor parts for their customers have a different story. In the motor spare parts markets, there are three categories of products: the fake parts, the genuine parts, and the Tokumbo. The first two are approved by the Standards Organization of Nigeria, and the third is part of the knocked down parts used for maintaining old vehicles.
If the customer brings the car for repair, it depends how the person get money, because sometimes Belgian parts is better than new one that they buy, because new one the cost and then they last too much, because they depend on how the man get money to buy the original part, because that new one where they talk to original day, inferior one day, and then Belgian one is the one where they don't use before, but you know the grade way if he buy for him, that go satisfy him.
For those who sell these parts, it's a matter of demand and supply. The genuine spare parts are too expensive for impoverished Nigerian car owners, and the fake ones disappoint even before you drive off from the mechanic's workshop. So Tokumbo seemed to be a more reliable option.
Someone who sells spare parts, which moves your business more, Belgium or brand new parts?
Belgium.
Why do you think Belgium moves your business?
It lasts longer
Than brand new parts?
Yeah.
Is it that the brand new parts you're buying is fake or not, like, it's not original?
People don't believe in new parts. People don't believe in new parts.
Why do you say so?
I don't know, but they don't believe in new parts. They'll say maybe after 1 week or 2 weeks, it is spoiled.
So in a pass, there's a category that there are some things you have to go for the new one, there are some things you have to go for old one. Like brake pad, now you cannot go eat for new old one. Are you getting me? So there's parts where you cannot even see. Like there's some things in this vehicle, I have to go for where they butcher car. You understand me? Before I go see them, even people where they say car, old parts, they will not see. You go for butcher. There are some things you will not even go for new one. You go and buy it for old one because the new one we saw is fake. But if you want to buy the original one, maybe where they do transport, you will not have the money to buy a original one, new one.
The mechanics say they are fake spare motor parts. The Standards Organization of Nigeria says it only approves internationally certified parts. How come these fake parts dominate the motor spare parts market in Nigeria, and who approves their importation?
We have a compliance department that is very effective on ensuring that no one is manufacturing or importing fake products. Just last week, I was involved in various operations where a lot of people who were involved in such acts were sanctioned, penalized, and where corrective actions were imposed on them. These are people who are even trying to be legitimate manufacturers, but we guide them.
Some importers boast that they can import any spare part they want as long as they settle, an euphemism for compromising officials of the Standards Organization of Nigeria. So the next time you refuse to use Tokumbo parts and your car breaks down in no man's land, just remember that you may just be contributing to the building of the luxury apartments owned by some officials in Abuja, Lagos, Ibadan, or Onitsha. It is a matter of settlement. In Abuja, Chimizi Zadima for Signature Television.
China probes malicious cyberbullying of teen diving champion Kwan, and Tehran celebrates as Iran-US agree to 2-week ceasefire. Details of these and more in our foreign stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Chinese swimming authorities say they have launched an investigation into cyberbullying of diving champion Quan Hongchang, the 3-time Olympic gold medalist, and reported the matter to the police. Quan, who won her first gold at Tokyo 2020 at the age of 14 and 2 more at the following games in Paris 2024, has given several interviews in which she talked about toxic online commentary over her weight and the intense pressure she has felt to diet, even though she was already eating very little. Now 19, Quan said that she is seriously considering retiring after the Paris Olympic this year, before deciding she wanted to keep going. Celebrations have erupted in Tehran following news of a 2-week ceasefire agreement that will allow for peace negotiations between the United States and Iran. Iran has accepted the temporary cessation of hostilities, with talks scheduled to begin on Friday in Pakistan, after United States President Donald Trump announced he would suspend military operations if Tehran fully reopened the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's foreign minister confirmed the safe passage through this critical waterway will be coordinated with Iranian armed forces during the 2-week period. The breakthrough came after Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif urged Trump to extend his negotiation deadline and called on Iran to restore access to the strait. Iranian officials are portraying the ceasefire as a victory, claiming their preconditions for negotiations have been accepted by the U.S. They assert that Trump's acknowledgement of progress on major points of contention validates Iran's position. Government representatives are telling citizens that this outcome stems from national unity, patience, and military strength during the conflict. Meanwhile, several Gulf nations have reported missile and drone attacks on their territories, hours after Iran and the United States announced a 2-week ceasefire. The United Arab Emirates on Wednesday said its air defenses are actively engaging incoming missiles and drones from Iran. The UAE's defense ministry said in a statement that the sounds of explosions heard in different areas across the country were caused by air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and unmanned aerial vehicles. Operations at Abu Dhabi's Habshan gas complex were also temporarily suspended after a fire broke out early Wednesday due to falling debris, the Abu Dhabi media office said. The interception also injured 2 Emiratis and 1 Indian national, the media office added. Kuwait also said its air defenses were intercepting a wave of Iranian drones launched since 8 a.m., according to its army. A group of companies tied to Khalifa Haftar helped funnel hundreds of millions of dollars into the eastern Libyan commander's failed 2019-2020 assault on Tripoli, according to a new investigation, and left the Libyan people to bear the cost. The report, published on Tuesday by the Sentry, an investigative and policy organization, said Libyan businessman Ahmed Gadala functioned as a key enabler for Haftar family members, who secured $300 million in loans from a minor bank based in Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates ahead of the offensive. The months-long campaign by forces loyal to the Regenade military commander to seize the Libyan capital from the United Nations-recognized government killed hundreds of people and displaced hundreds of thousands. According to the investigation, the money likely helped finance operations, including payments to Russia's mercenary Wagner Group, which supported Haftar's offensive. The campaign eventually saw Haftar's Libyan National Army get pushed back from the capital and lose a string of western towns to forces loyal to the government of national accord. After Haftar's offensive collapsed, the loans have remained largely unpaid, leaving the Libyan public to bear the financial burden, while Gadala has faced no accountability. And that's it on the international news.
It's entertainment news.
Popular Nigerian social media critic Martins Vincent Ose, also known as Very Dark Man, has announced that his petition against Blessing Okoro, popularly called Blessing CEO, has been approved for investigation by the Nigerian Police Force under the Inspector General of Police. This follows growing controversy over Blessing CEO's claim that she's battling stage 4 cancer. On March 25, 2026, she posted a viral Instagram video in which she tearfully alleged that she had been diagnosed with the illness, also displaying apparent hair loss she attributed to the condition. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Medical Association (NMA) Delta State chapter has disowned a viral histology report allegedly linked to Blessing Okoro, saying it was altered from the genuine report belonging to another patient. In a statement signed by Chairman Israel Adaigo and Secretary Usma Hana, the NMA explained that the original test conducted at Zenos Medical Diagnostics in Asaba confirmed breast cancer in a patient named Mbara Deborah in May 2025. The association said the document circulating online was manipulated from the original report and does not belong to Okoro. It urged the public to disregard the false report and warned against actions that could undermine medical integrity. Lagos socialite and nightclub owner Mike ENUGU, popularly known as Pretty Mike, has announced the reopening of his nightclub Proxy Lagos nearly 7 months after it was raided by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA). In an Instagram video posted on Tuesday, he reflected on the personal and business challenges he faced following the raid, which also coincided with the death of his father. He expressed gratitude to those who supported him during the difficult period. The NDLEA operation carried out in the earlier hours of October 26, 2025 resulted in the arrest of over 100 guests, including Pretty Mike and Toyo Ide. The agency said banned substances, including loud and laughing gas, were recovered from the club. The UK government has barred US rapper Kanye West, also known as Ye, from entering the country over his past anti-Semitic remarks, forcing the cancellation of a major music event. Organizers of the Wireless Festival, where West was scheduled to headline all 3 nights in July, announced the cancellation shortly after tickets went on sale. They confirmed that all ticket holders would receive full refunds. The decision followed mounting backlash, with major sponsors such as Pepsi and Diageo withdrawing their support. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer had earlier described West's booking as deeply concerning, adding that the rapper should never have been invited to headline the festival. That's the entertainment news. Queeneth Nwokonta's Signature TV News.
That's the news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding graduate when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Don't mention my name without your TV again. Don't say anything. I don't really give a shit. I really don't. That's the truth.
Mariah Brown gives me an exclusive. She is leaving her job after 12 years as the host of Your View on TVC. And she says, no, she's not going to join President Bola Tinubu's government. So why is she leaving?
I said, sir, I hear that anytime we see something on TV, they say that Bola don't just called. They're always stressing us that you're always calling that, you know, it kind of affects the show.
She talks about 12 years of not being her full self because she had to craft and build this show. She tells me about the time she was fired from TVC for politics and how she got her job back.
At the time, when I went to go and call him, say, sir, this is the Alawa Kabashano's daughter. That's when he knew it was me.
Right.
And then he called me to his office. I said,
She tells me about the accident in her youth where she was, a ghastly accident where she was hung on a tree. Her car went up a tree and they had to send an air ambulance to extricate her. And for the next 1 year, she was fighting for her life.
And then I crushed my thigh. I have a hole here. I have a hole here. I look like my 6 inches of my femur was flushed out. I have a scar on my ankle. I have 2 screws on my hip, 2 screws on my ankle. I have metals all around me, sir.
She says that was when she made the decision that she was going to return to Nigeria and build a legacy. She says that legacy is built and now she's ready for the next chapter. In between, we talk about some of her biggest controversies, supporting President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2023, while still being an impartial TV host, her attacks against candidate Peter Obi.
You can count 1 or 2 people that knows Peter Obi.
Right.
I can't.
That time, people accused her of calling her husband a pedophile on TV and how the First Lady helped her apologize to her husband and why she said Two-Face is in the wrong for what he has done to Annie Idibia.
I took that position because it was good for conversation, because I really give a shit.
She tells me her thinking behind all those controversies, how she survived them, and why she thinks that now that she's leaving the show, she's finally going to be her authentic self. Plus, why, despite loving her mother, she is living a life where she will not become like her mother. Mariah Brown, a modern TV institution with today.
Come for me.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Right.
today.
So the public would have known that this is our second sit down. But because we've already talked about it on TV.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
But this is our second sit down. Just something to just note. It feels, this is random, and it feels like your energy is different.
I think so too. I think so.
Yeah.
I'm here today more with a lot of boom,
Yes.
There's a lot of energy, and
Yes.
I'm pretty excited about the future. So yeah,
Yes,
I'm here on a different, you can sense it, right?
I can sense
Yeah,
it.
even in my posture, I feel like it's
Yeah.
different, yeah.
Something I told my producers that maybe that might be a part of it, maybe like 5% of it, is when you're talking about how you deal with negativity, and you said it destabilizes you.
Absolutely.
And I thought that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Because even the interview that we didn't do was because, so the interview was something, we talked about something,
Right.
then there's something else trending,
Yeah.
and I could see how people can think that some of the things you said in the interview
Right.
are part of that.
Exactly.
And I'm like, so I understand that. But when I saw that, I'm like, it makes sense because I don't like negativity.
Yeah.
So I'm not on social media. Whatever people say about
But
my
not WhatsApp, say we have to be looking
Exactly, I'm
at
not on WhatsApp. I'm not on WhatsApp. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with passive aggression inside WhatsApp groups.
Right.
When somebody's saying something and they are trying to get your attention, I can't deal with any of it. I can't. I have no such resilience.
When that happens,
Yeah.
so when negativity happens around me, I just get destabilized.
Yes.
I don't even understand where to start from because I want the positive energy. So when people are negative, I get confused. Like, okay, how do I even respond? How do I fit into this energy? I usually excuse myself. So but sometimes when I'm forced to be in that place, I am confused and I'm totally, I'm not sure what the next line of action is because
going to be.
negativity is always weakens me. I just get so weak.
Yeah.
Completely.
So how are you able to do a daily show?
Listen, after a while, because you learn from experience, I'm on the kind of TV show, it's a live show, you say something and that's it. You can't take it back. So whether you like it or you have to get a coping mechanism. So what I did in the past is find a way to ensure that I never read feedback from people or comments in social media. So the negative energy is there, I know. I don't even check it out. I have people who read for me. My husband is the #1 reader. And I'm like, please don't even pass what you're reading. Don't pass it on to me. I have more important things to do.
Yeah.
But he's like, block this person, delete that, remove that. I'm like, I can't tell my PA to handle that. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I learned from the very first incident where I said I can't let my husband back my daughter.
Yeah.
And that went viral, and
Yes.
that was a really crazy experience for me.
Yeah.
But since that, I learned very quickly that I don't need that kind of energy in my life. So because of that, the way I cope with it is just keep it. So if you greet me on social media, I wouldn't know.
Yes.
If you shout at me, I wouldn't know. And it's based on what they are telling me.
Yeah.
They say, oh, Chudi responded to you. Oh, really? Help me to reply and say, thank you very much, sir. That's what I usually do. So I keep my sanity that way.
Yeah, yeah. How many years is the show now this year?
We're 12 years in May, so we're 12 years plus few months now.
Yes, so 12 years of doing this show.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be here 12 years after?
Honestly, I'm proud of where we are 12 years after. I'm really proud of the work the entire team has put into make an awesome show. And I love the fact that many more people have replicated the format, which is really great. So where I am, where your view is, I'm grateful to God for it. And I think that we've done well, and the show definitely can only get better.
Right,
as we move forward. Yeah.
But speaking of that,
Yeah.
which we are getting an exclusive on,
Yeah.
you've left
Yes.
your view, which is inconceivable for me, because I remember when you left TVC as an employee.
Yes.
So I thought you were leaving your view. But when you didn't leave, I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because your view is your baby.
Right.
You know, it's like Barbara Walters and The View.
Well, not exactly. So yeah, somewhat, because Barbara Walters was a staff, and then she left.
And then she left.
So I created Your View,
Yes.
and it was based on the View in the US.
Yeah.
And I also got in all the ladies to come. I specifically picked out the ladies I wanted to be on the show. So I created the show. And the truth is that I just felt that it's been 12 years. It was that when we're 10 years that I knew that it was time to go to the next thing.
Right.
I've been harboring that thought for a while, but I just didn't know to what or to where, you know. But I think last year I got that light bulb moment where I knew that, okay, it's time to leave. And I'm really proud of where they are, and I know that Your View is only going to get better going forward. I mean, I'm proud that we have a great team, and I handed over to amazing ladies. So they're good, and the show is only going to get better after me.
We're going to talk about the future, but let's go back to some of the most viral moments from the show. The show, I think one of the beauties of the show, even for me, because that it's 12 years old and still going viral, is a testament to its power.
Absolutely.
Because many shows don't continue to go viral years after.
Right.
And so, I mean, you mentioned the one about your husband, which you talked about the other time, but these things have real life impact, because this thing that was said on a show, even your show, had a real life impact on your marriage, you said.
Yes. I mean, my husband was in camp. He was in camp and he had no clue what was going on.
Yes.
And he came home and I just went around. You know, it went viral. I said that I won't allow you to bath my daughter. And it went viral. I said, oh, really? No big deal. Why are you stressing yourself? He now turned on his phone. His phone was off for a whole week because he was in camp doing time with God. The moment he turned it on, he charged the phone. He saw the barrage of message. He shouted, Morayo, what is this? What have you done? You know, because then he was angry because at that time he was praying. He goes to church 5 a.m. in the morning to lead praise and worship. Like, people will think I'm a pedophile. I jog in my estate. People will see me like, this is not just about what you say, it's about perception. So I then understood the gravity of what it was. So it affected, but he's a strong man. He was able to understand that I didn't do it intentionally. So he came out with his own statement, you know, reassuring everybody that, listen, I understand she didn't do it intentionally. And then
I think he said it was even his idea. It was he set up that structure in the family.
Right,
like
that exactly.
Yes.
So he backed me up, and I think that helped me a bit. But whether he liked it or not, people will still talk in his ears. People will still say this. So it took a while for us to adjust, because then to be like, don't mention my name on your TV again. Don't say anything. You know, that happened for a while, but eventually then he just got used to the fact that, listen, I have to share part of my life stories on the show.
That's the authenticity.
Exactly.
But what was the point you were trying to make then, in a nutshell?
So we had a guest on the show who was talking about how fathers were molesting children, and just having a conversation. And I just said it casually, I can never molest my husband too. You know, it was a casual comment, but at that time we didn't realize the impact, because somebody extracted that clip, put it out there without the context, and then it went viral.
So, and then I don't know if you told me the last time that the first lady.
Oh yeah. So when things got really bad and I was really crying, No, she was in camp.
Yes.
So the first
That's
lady,
Senator Remi
Oluremi
Tinubu.
Tinubu called me because then she was concerned about all the virality. I said, Ma, this happened. She said, okay, with pastors here, we're going to be praying for you. But what I want you to do, I want you to go on TV tomorrow, and I want you to apologize to your husband. Don't cry, be firm, and apologize to him, and be kind. The next day, the first thing I did was just crying. Because the next day, I just started crying. And the woman said, I told you not to cry. But at least she was happy. It was her that told me to apologize to him on national television. Because obviously I hurt him. Even though he's fine with it, it's important to the public to know that I will apologize to my husband for what I said.
That is me on an aside. Because people expected that you were going to be... In fact, this now leads me to one of my questions. People expected that you were going to join government. People thought that after you worked in the 2023 elections, that the next level was this. And you are so close to the first family that you can call the first lady to get advice.
Really? So then, yes, and because we have a history. My father was president of the Nigerian Bar Association, and he was a human rights activist. And when he was very ill, the governor at the time, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, stood with my mother.
Right.
I mean, he cared for my dad.
Right.
He helped with medical bills, and then the things were really tough for the family, and he was there for us.
Right.
And then my brother came back home. He held my brother's hand in politics. He was somebody that stood with us, and it wasn't through him I got my job at TVC. It wasn't through him. I mean, I was hired because I used to work with Tony Subar.
Yes, at High TV.
And High TV.
Yes, which is why I knew you for the first time.
Yes, I worked with High TV, and then I was in Cannes in France, where I met RDG, late RDG, let God bless his memory. And he saw me, he loved my work ethics, and we had a good rapport. A few months after High TV went down, and he calls me and said, Mariah, TVC needs a director in charge of programs. Are you ready for the job? And I came around and I spoke to Nigel Parsons, who was the CEO at the time. He interviewed me, said, okay, you know what? I need you to do me a report first. Let's see what you can even fix this channel. And I did a report for him after 4 weeks. I presented it to him. He said, okay, you're hired based on this, implement all this report. And that's how I got into TVC. It had nothing to do with Asiwaju. It was fact, few years after, when I worked at TVC, internal politics got me fired. It was after I got fired that my CEO at the time...
You got fired?
I got fired in TV. Go and read my book, you get the details. I got sacked because internal politics sacked me. And then people now, do you know who you sacked? I mean, people now called Asiwaju, do you know whose child was sacked? He said, I'm not aware. That's when people like Tony Subar, Tunji Bello, and even my CEO, Mr. Lemmy, at the time, my deputy CEO, at the time, when I went to go and call him, saying, sir, this is the Alawa Kabashano's daughter. That's when he knew it was me. And then he called me to his office. I said, what happened? And that's when, after a lot of back and forth, I got my job back. Although I was demoted, internal politics still demoted me for whatever reason. But you get the details in my book. But the point is that I didn't get my job through him. And I went there purely on merit.
Yeah. But you still worked for his campaign.
So the campaign thing, I was invited. I got a letter. From the women's arm of the campaign, saying that I've been selected to work. Now, I had two choices, say no, or support him, because I actually did support him, because I believed in his candidacy. So it was my job, and it was my own personal decision. I mean, I always remember when Oprah held up Obama's hand when he was running for office. And I had to go back and check him around. Are you sure it's something you want to go public about, that you're supporting this guy? And yes, I was skeptical, no doubt about that, but there's nothing wrong in me having a personal view. So I said, you know what, I'm going to support him openly. And that's when I accepted. And again, it's not every day you get an opportunity to work in a campaign. I mean, I was working closely with the media team, and I thought it was a good opportunity. So yeah, I took the job, and and it was really nice.
Was it worth the perception in certain quarters that you cannot be objective because you've worked on his campaign, and you're doing a daily show, you're in a station that's owned by him. So was it worth people, you're still highly respected, so we can't call it reputational damage, but just the perception that this person cannot be objective about Asiwaju matters.
But the truth is that it's a perception. The perception is not always reality. Because the truth is that I think TV is probably one of the most objective stations. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth.
How many years is the show now, this year?
We're 12 years in May, so we're 12 years plus a few months now.
So 12 years of doing this show.
Yeah.
Did you think you would be here 12 years after?
Honestly, I'm proud of where we are 12 years after. I'm really proud of the work the entire team has put in to make an awesome show. And I love the fact that many more people have replicated the format, which is really great. So where I am, where your view is, I'm grateful to God for it. And I think that we've done well, and the show definitely can only get better.
Right.
As we move forward.
But speaking of that, which we are getting an exclusive on, you've left your view, which is inconceivable for me, because I remember when you left TVC as an employee. So I thought you were leaving your view. But when you didn't leave, I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because your view is your baby.
Right.
You know, it's like Barbara Walters and The View.
Well, not exactly. So yeah, somewhat, because Barbara Walters was a staff, and then she left.
And then she left.
So I created Your View,
Yes.
and it was based on the View in the US.
Yeah.
And I also got in all the ladies to come. I specifically picked out the ladies I wanted to be on the show. So I created the show. And the truth is that I just felt that it's been 12 years. It was that when we're 10 years that I knew that it was time to go to the next thing.
Right.
I've been harboring that thought for a while, but I just didn't know to what or to where, you know. But I think last year I got that light bulb moment where I knew that, okay, it's time to leave. And I'm really proud of where they are, and I know that Your View is only going to get better going forward. I mean, I'm proud that we have a great team, and I handed over to amazing ladies. So they're good, and the show is only going to get better after me.
Amen.
Amen.
But have you chosen your successor as host?
I don't think it is my place to choose, because the show doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the company. The company owns the show.
And so you created it for the
company as a staff. So I cannot take ownership of the show.
Yeah.
So it's a TVC project.
Right.
I'm sure, I mean, the next person handling the show is based on the vision of the company, and I'm really sure it's going to be a good one for the show.
I think one of the beauties of the show, even for me, because that is 12 years old and still going viral, is a testament to its power.
Absolutely.
Because many shows don't continue to go viral years after.
Right.
And so, I mean, you mentioned the one about your husband, which you talked about the other time, but these things have real life impact, because this thing that was said on a show, even your show, had a real life impact on your marriage, you said.
Yes. I mean, my husband was in camp. He was in camp and he had no clue what was going on.
Yes.
And he came home and I just went around. You know, it went viral. I said that I won't allow you to bath my daughter. And it went viral. I said, oh, really? No big deal. Why are you stressing yourself? He now turned on his phone. His phone was off for a whole week because he was in camp doing time with God. The moment he turned it on, he charged the phone. He saw the barrage of message. He shouted, Morayo, what is this? What have you done? You know, because then he was angry, because at that time he was praying. He goes to church 5 a.m. in the morning to lead praise and worship. Like, people will think I'm a pedophile. I jog in my estate. People will see me like, this is not just about what you say, it's about perception. So I then understood the gravity of what it was. So it affected, but he's a strong man. He was able to understand that I didn't do it intentionally. So he came out with his own statement, you know, reassuring everybody that, listen, I understand she didn't do it intentionally. And then
I think he said it was even his idea. It was he set up that structure in the family.
Right,
like
that exactly.
Yes.
So he backed me up, and I think that helped me a bit. But whether he liked it or not, people will still talk in his ears. People will still say this. So it took a while for us to adjust, because then to be like, don't mention my name on your TV again. Don't say anything. You know, that happened for a while, but eventually then he just got used to the fact that, listen, I have to share part of my life stories on the show.
That's the authenticity.
Exactly.
But what was the point you were trying to make then, in a nutshell?
So we had a guest on the show who was talking about how fathers were molesting children, and just having a conversation. And I just said, I can never allow my husband to, you know, it was a casual comment. But at that time, we didn't realize the impact, because somebody extracted that clip, put it out there without the context, and then it went viral.
But even before that, I remember that our last conversation, we talked about your mom.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't go there, because I was not get emotional.
That was an emotional moment.
Yes.
Yeah. And I didn't want to ask you, but it just occurred to me, because we talked about being a woman. So let's leave the emotional part of it, because you talked about, you know, dealing with her loss and all of that. But I think what is even more striking for me was you talked about, I asked you if you thought your mother was happy by the time she passed, and you said you were not sure.
Yeah.
And I thought that was so powerful for so many women, and that you fought to not be the kind of woman.
You remember? Oh my goodness, you're detailed. Absolutely, in fact, and that hasn't changed.
Right.
I totally still feel that.
Can you explain that?
I don't know, because there are many layers. My mother, as much as she tried to fix a lot of things, you know, but it was difficult for her to fix it.
Fix in the marriage?
No marriage.
Or in her life?
In her life.
Right.
You know, she knew that growing up, she have made certain decisions. Unfortunately, she was faced to live with those decisions. And I think I knew her hurts. I knew her pain. I knew what she was going through, but I couldn't help her. I mean, I was there as a daughter. But I always tell myself, Mariah, yes, mommy made certain decisions, not because she's a bad person, but because it was the decisions she could make. I must be conscious not to fall into that trap.
Right.
I must be, I mean, in recent times, we've had issues, frictions here and there. But I remind myself, Mariah, you cannot be your mom, and you're not your mom. You're a modern woman, and there's a way you have to handle issues. So I know my mom is happy, but I wouldn't say, I know she had some regrets. I know that for sure. Not something she expressed a lot, but those of us who were really close to her knew she had some regrets.
Was this mostly linked to marriage?
The whole works, you know, marriage, family, how she chose to raise the kids, decisions she had to make, letting go of her kids pretty early. My brothers left Nigeria, teenagers, and she couldn't stay with them as long as she wanted. And, you know, she didn't have time for me for as much as she wanted. There were a lot of issues where she felt that she wasn't there for me at the time where she should have. The bond we should have had early in her life was after I got back from America that we started sharing that bond. And that was a bond that she should have shared with me when I was much younger. We made up for it, but you know, when something is not there from the beginning, it's always harder. So as I said, she had to feel some regrets, but generally I think she did the best she could. And I'm happy that how she found God and how God kind of filled the vacuum that was required for her.
Looking back on the career you've had in Nigeria, was it worth it to have returned to Nigeria?
Absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't lie. The first 3 years I was depressed. I was crying every day. I was like, why am I here? Because I didn't even do my visa. You know how you go to America? The first thing they tell you as a Nigerian, go and do papers and stay. I was very foolish. I didn't even care.
Right.
I'm like, I'm going back to Africa. And that's the problem when you let a child leave Nigeria at a young age. I left at the age of 15.
Right.
Now, if you leave Nigeria at the age of 15, you're so young that your brain will make you think you are an American. As you're growing adult, you start thinking that you're an American person.
Right.
But if you live to an adult, maybe you leave Nigeria after university, you're mature. When you get to America, you appreciate the opportunity and you make the best of it. But as a young person, I just wanted to come home, but as if they were like, I want to go back to my country. I'm done with this country. I don't live in America. They kept begging me, Auntie, don't go to Nigeria without doing your paperwork. I didn't care. I entered that plane. So, I mean, I love that I came home. I regret that I wasn't able to get my stay before I left.
Right.
But I love that I came home. It was hard because when I left Nigeria, we're living in Bagada. And then it was a very middle-class community. When I came back, everybody started living. I mean, like the whole place was crowded and people were in the streets and road. I'm like, even I was growing up, it was never like that. It was a very nice neighborhood. So things had changed. And then my parents were not working and it was difficult. So I was depressed. It took, in fact, I was suicidal. I just left everything. I just started walking on the express, hoping that the car would hit me. It was that bad. I mean, I was so depressed. But after that I had to go back and find God. And reconnect myself to the Spirit of God. Right. And that's how I was able to get myself out of that.
Out of that place, yeah. The final question is, what is the legacy? What is the thing that is driving you, that at the end, when God says, well done, my daughter, what's the thing you want to most be remembered for when it comes to Nigeria, maybe when it comes to media? What's that thing?
I would say reorientation.
Okay.
Because for me, the objective of your view was to reorient people in their thoughts, in their decision making, who they are. See options. You see a Muslim talk to you. You see a Christian. You see a Yoruba. You see an Igbo. You see different cultures, ethnic groups say things from their own perspective. And then you look at it and wonder, okay, I can pick from this Hausa experience. I can pick from this Muslim. I can pick from that. And it changes your orientation. That is what your view has achieved. Right. Now, whatever it is I'm going to do is going to be leaner towards that also, reorientation. Right. But you see, life is not just about the fluff, the celebrity lifestyle or the opulence. It's about really changing the mind, because Nigeria can never move forward if our mindset doesn't change.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why it's overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not